For 5 years, the Champions Chess Tour has delivered a spectacle of high-level chess, with some of the biggest prizes the game has seen. Its 6th iteration is no different. With $1.5 million and 12 spots in the Esports World Cup on the line, the best of the best are coming together for the first tour stop of the year. The Chessable Masters.
Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
That was sick from Alireza.
In the spotlight, of course, is Magnus Carlsen. He's the undisputed 5-time champion of the CCT,
He gets a win.
bringing home the tour finals every year since its inception.
The winner of the Champions Chess Tour, world #1, Magnus Carlsen, does it again.
The Chessable Masters has always provided a fiery start to the tour,
What a result, 2-0.
with the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren, and Wesley So all having taken home their own crown for the event.
Wesley So wins the Chessable Masters.
The stakes are higher than they have ever been. Who will etch their name into the CCT's legacy? Who will get their chance to make history at the Esports World Cup? It all starts with the Chessable Masters.
Welcome everybody to the Chessable Masters, the first event of this year's Champions Chess Tour. I'm International Master David Bruce, here to watch the action with you, and I am joined by Women's Grandmaster Dina Belankaya. Dina, hi.
Hello, David. Hello, everybody. So excited to be here today. Watch this fantastic show. The history is about to be made, and we are about to witness it.
Yeah, the Champions Chess Tour has a bit of a format change this year, which we'll fill everyone in on at some point with the E-Cup championship this year. The World Cup, Esports World Cup this year. We'll get into that, but first, we've got games already going. So we would like to welcome you all straight into the action here. And we're going to get into round 1 of a 9-round Swiss that is already started.
Let's go. We have so many exciting players playing, and some of them actually already signed their contracts for an esports team, and yet they still need to qualify. For example, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is about to face another grandmaster in
Sergei Azarov in the first round.
Correct. And yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. I'm so interested how it's gonna go, because David, looks like it's a gamble. You get signed up by a team, but you still need to qualify, and this ain't no easy.
Yeah, I didn't learn these details until very recently, but the idea that that there are only going to be 12 players at the Esports World Cup, you're signing players, 6 months in advance before they've qualified for the event. Essentially, even Magnus hasn't yet qualified, right? Even he has to, score some major points in the tour to get there. So big gambles, yes.
That's correct. Well, it looks like the round 1 is going really well for Maxime here, because as we can see, he already has a significant advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should start with counting the material. It looks to me that white is a pawn up, although the computer evaluation shows us as if white was 3 pawns up, probably due to the piece activity, one of those examples where we have 2 bishops for black, but they are not efficient because of this e4 pawn that is blocking the bishop, and then now we have an opportunity for white to put the piece on e3. Looks like a sort of an outpost, little bit passive, but efficient enough to block that bishop. What do you think about this position, David?
Yeah, I think the black bishop is not very good here, since Maxime was always planning to trade off the dark squared bishops. He leaves that light squared bishop, which doesn't look amazing. I think he could land a rook on d6 potentially, and have good control of a lot of central squares, right? With the queen on c5, rook on d6, knight on e3 or e5.
Yeah, and once again, white is an extra pawn, so all they need is just stabilize their position. We expect knight e3 here happening soon.
But big question is knight e5 as well, right? Knight e3 is simple, but you have to calculate knight e5, rook f5. It was weird. This is simpler.
Now black played rook f8 and queen d5, forcing the queen trade. It looks like the endgame is closer and closer to the win for Maxime.
Yeah, I think he might want to turn his c-pawn into a passer right here on the recapture he's thinking about.
Nice, very nice. And now the bishop is attacked and the pawn is attacked, and the bishop has to protect. And both open files are now in white's possession. Isn't that? I think even I could win this position, honestly, David, against Sergei.
Azarov.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I hope you could. If you ever get this position and you don't win it, you should go back and practice it again. You know, like set it back up against a friend and try it out at home. Get rid of the bad taste of not having converted it, because it is indeed a very nice position for white. And yeah, the knight on e3 untouchable, the d5 pawn untouchable, the bishop on c8 with very limited scope, right, to try and fight back against anything. Okay, he makes a big committal move.
Yeah, because he's releasing some light squares for the bishop, potentially.
Exactly. Yeah. You only sort of go on the move with your pawn like this when you feel like the end is in sight, right? Like, I see a way to get it all the way to d7.
Yeah, we do say in the Russian school of chess that the rook on the 7th rank equals win. So we're going to see how that works.
Wow. When I was growing up, I learned it was worth about like an extra pawn, but like win. Wow. Maybe a pawn is enough to win in the Russian school of chess.
Yeah, well, I'm exaggerating, obviously, but I do like the fact that these pawns a5 and b4 are about to fall completely, and that would mean really good harvest for season 4 for white here.
Yeah, indeed. And
bishop e6, the move that we expected.
There goes one of those pawns.
Ooh, Maxime decides not to be greedy and goes knight to e5.
Introducing the idea of pushing d7 next move, hitting the bishop on e6 with the rook. If the bishop goes to the wrong square, white could have knight c6 or knight g6 coming up.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Putting pressure, the king cannot activate. Black has nothing to do, honestly.
Yeah. I guess I would try bishop f5, but even there, g4, and I still don't have squares for this poor piece.
Yeah. And then white can just bring the king, I guess, to e3 and then grab the pawn by occasion, or even like, yeah, probably up.
Yeah.
Rook to f6. And rook b6 to b7, putting both rooks to the 7th rank. A killing blow. Is that so?
Looks pretty hard to cover that pawn, yeah. And I had even been calculating a different move, d7 last move, which I also thought was winning. But this doubling looks pretty good. I guess black could take d6 and hope white doesn't find a checkmate.
Yeah, well, that would... Yeah, because that would be just a trade for... But I think with knight g6, it should be a win. Yes, and Maxime wins his game. Congratulations.
Sergey takes the easy way out. Is like, goodbye. Don't need to see any more of that.
Right. Let's take a look at some other games we have here.
Sure.
Levon Aronian with black pieces playing against Martin Kravtsev.
Under an attack here. Under an attack here. It looks like he played something like a open Rui Lopez as black. And white did a piece sack to get rid of 2 pawns on the black king. And then wins back in exchange with bishop takes rook on f8. So we get rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces. And very, very complicated situation.
Yeah, bishop to b6. I am always afraid of such disbalanced positions. Never know how to evaluate them, but I do know that whenever you have a rook and your opponent has 2 minor pieces, you want 1 extra pawns, 2 open files. So here white gets both, and 3 an attack. So presumably they have more than enough, but look at the evil bar. It shows that black is slightly better, which means 2 pieces are still better than 1 piece and bunch of pawns.
Which confirms that it's still hard to evaluate these positions, just like you said right off the bat. I think it's the kind of position where both players could make several mistakes, especially in a rapid game. And here, Levon introduces the exact question that I wanted to ask, which is, do you think that the end game favors black or white more? Like, of these 2 players, who would want to trade queens?
That's interesting because of these 2 players, obviously, Levon has more technique Definitely, for sure, but he's great experience. But looking at this concrete position, usually whenever you have a rook versus two minor pieces, you do want to exchange everything. That's kind of easier for the rook side to navigate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Didn't work out that well, especially after this last move, e6.
Yeah, my experience is if the opponent has a bishop pair, it almost doesn't matter how many extra pawns you have, you'll lose almost any ending to a bishop pair, but you'll also lose the middle game. So it almost doesn't matter if you face the bishop pair. But if your opponent has a knight, then I feel like there's a lot of endgames where the rook and pawns can hold the balance or even, have plays for the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And then e6 is again that sort of committal move that gives away some extra squares. For instance, now Black has another blockading plan to bring the king on f6, or let's say if they put the bishop, it has more maneuver here with d6 and all these squares. So it all kind of benefits White. And then the question is, will White be able to create another pass pawn on the h file? And it looks not so easy to do that.
Yeah, I think the problem with pushing an h pawn for White is then your rooks have no way to get active. And I think that White needs rook h3 as a resource if Black starts sort of circling around the e pawn. Because once we play h4, actually neither of our rooks can get very far.
Yeah, like in some ideal world, White would have two pass pawns, two connected pass pawns, but this f4 is so strong, and the rook on f5. So again, it's just it's good to dream sometimes. Rook h3 did happen.
Yeah,
the activation move that David was suggesting.
Yeah, it's kind of playing against king f6, right? Because you could go rook h6 check.
Yeah. Now bishop to
bishop
e5.
Yeah, targeting the c pawn nicely.
Correct. And king e2, White is trying to do the classic thing that you need to do in any endgames, bring the king to the center.
It might allow rook f6, but I guess rook f6, king d3, rook e6, rook h5. Black could be a little tied up on the e file if they go for the e pawn right now, but I would imagine that Levon is stopping and thinking about that.
Right. Well, we can take a look at another game that's being played in the meantime, as this one is still unclear. There is Alexander Donchenko versus Vincent Keimer. And here, another disbalanced endgame. Two rooks versus rook and the bishop, but pawns promote.
This is the kind of endgame that shows the real power of bishops. It's a race endgame with pass pawns on different sides of the board. And if you look at the bishop on f6, it's covering the queening square on a1 and helping the other pawn go through g7. So this is exactly the kind of position where bishops actually shine.
Yeah, and Vincent Keimer has just won the famous freestyle event, so he's on the peak of his chess career, so to be. It's going to be interesting to see how he's going to perform here, and right now he's facing his compatriot, another German strong grandmaster, so an interesting rivalry here.
He's clearly preparing to play rook takes g7 if White plays g7, right? And just try to take a clean draw. So Donchenko is dreaming of playing for more here. He's valuing his bishop as you see him advancing the e-pawn and not playing this move g7 yet.
Yeah, one of those interesting situations where you're asking yourself, who is playing for a win?
Yeah, and I'm here to answer. White thinks they're playing for a win. If the rook and bishop got traded on g7, Black could just play king b2, advance the a-pawn, trade off into a draw.
King e6 just happened, attacking the d7 rook.
Yeah. There might be a drawing line for Black here with rook b6 check, king d7, rook takes bishop, g7, rook g6, and you simply take the g-pawn no matter what White does, even if they queen it. But he just up and stops g7 again.
It looks like there has been some repetition, but White declines by playing king g4, and now rook b6, g7, rook g7. Oh, this is going to be a throw.
Yeah. Fancier version of rook takes g7, but no mistakes from Vincent. And he seems very, very confident in his technique throughout the freestyle event that he just won.
Nice. And this is a draw. Let's go back to Livon versus Martin game. Oh my goodness. What just happened?
It's gone to another rook ending, but this one looks over. Black's going up multiple pass pawns here. And the D pawn's enough to win on its own right now, Dina.
Yeah, this looks completely lost for why. Remember you were asking me who wants, or we were asking ourselves, oh no! And White lost on time. Congratulations to Livon, who just won his first game.
Yeah, as far as White losing on time, we've just been looking at the board, but folks, one interesting feature of this year's Champions Chess Tour is that there's no increment. It's just 10 plus 0 now.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see some flags, unlike what we see normally. Now, what's this position we're getting here? Muradli against Martinez.
Looks like it's over.
Yeah.
And yeah, so all the games are gonna be finished now because there is no increment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all have to finish at the same time.
It looks like they have finished. I'm scrolling through all the games, and yeah, we have results everywhere, David. It looks like we're set to go to the next round.
Yeah. If there is a moment between the rounds, we can talk about the format. We'll see how much time there is, folks, but we'd love to fill you in on the format a little bit. We're starting off with a 9-round Swiss today. The time control is 10 plus 0, as we mentioned. 15, the top 15 from the Swiss stay alive, right? It's sort of a gradual elimination process here. We're headed towards a double elimination bracket that will start tomorrow, I think. Right. And by that point, there will be 8 players from today that make it. But for the Swiss stage, we've got 15 people who will keep their hopes alive here. And now we're going to throw it to a video explainer, just in case a script can explain this event better than Dina or I.
The road to the Esports World Cup starts now. With 1.5 million on the line, the stakes have never been higher. Only 12 players will qualify from the Champions Chess Tour, and with just 2 events to earn points, every move counts. That's why this year's CCT is bigger, bolder, and more intense than ever. All matches are now placed at a blazing fast 10 plus 0 time control, and the playoff bracket has doubled. 16 players will fight for survival instead of just 8. It all starts with a high-stakes 9-round Swiss, where the top 15 advance. But here's the twist. The number 1 seed gets first pick in the playoff bracket. The next 7 finishers pick their opponents, setting up a ruthless best-of-2 showdown to claim the final playoff spots. Then it's game on. 8 qualifiers take on 8 invited titans in a double elimination slugfest. Winners bracket matches are best of 4. The lower bracket stays best of 2. And if it's dead even, cue the clutch Armageddon tiebreaker. Every match, every move, every second matters. Because only the best make it to the Esports World Cup. The Chessable Masters is here. This is do or die mode. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Chessable Masters. We are in the play-in stage. Today, we have got 1 round of a 9-round Swiss under our belts. That means there's about 8 rounds left. After this, it's 10 minutes per game. The top 15 will advance to a match play. And one of those 15, the winner of this whole event today, will go straight to tomorrow's playoffs. They don't have to mess around with that match play. 14 players will face off in 2-game matches at the end of the day today to pair themselves in half, with the 7 winners going on till tomorrow. Dina, take us into round 2.
Yes, I suggest we go straight into one of everybody's favorites, Anish Giri, who is playing his game with white pieces against French Grandmaster Laurent Fressinet. Anish is very known to the chess community, especially since he tried to overtake the leadership of Chess.com on a certain April 1st. But anyway, here he is playing with white pieces. He did win his first game, which is great, and we have a sort of Rui Lopez with a exchange on c6. David, is that something you were familiar with as a player?
I mean, I know it exists, but as far as familiarity, I have rarely played the exchange Rui as white. And I've just started experimenting with bishop b5 against the Sicilian, where you could get basically this exact position, but the c7 pawn would be on c5. So I'm just starting to branch out. Have you ever played the exchange Rui Lopez much?
It's definitely something that I would love to be looking into, and I'm looking at the moves right now, and they
Mhm.
are indeed. Oh, okay, this is an
Mhm.
interesting bishop c5. I
Right.
believe it's something, and the d3, something very rare. I'm not gonna stop too much on this one just to give you the perspective, but I do want to
Yeah.
say that this g4 is a very committal move, and usually, if you are below 2000, you should never do it because it opens up your king safety. But here it is explained by the fact that the position is first of all closed. There are no open
Yeah.
files, so there is like one semi-open file D file, but that's not enough. And then the second thing is this bishop. This bishop on g6 is pretty much restrained, although you can see that now it's about to get activated through the f7 square, yet still nothing to do there. And the knight on f5 is so beautiful that I would say in this exact position, g4 weakening the king is justified, but
Mhm.
never do it at home.
Okay, you've been warned, folks. You've been warned. There's a savage fight brewing for the light squares. White first trades off their light squared bishop, then tries to make up for it with a pawn structure across the board from a4 to e4 to g4. White says, this remaining light squared bishop on g6 shall not pass. It shall not get active. And if you perfectly hold everything together, you can execute that strategy, right? But if you slip, if one diagonal opens, if they play h5 at the wrong moment for you and you can't hold the g4 square, then your king's going to be open as well as your light squares, and it's going to be a mess for white. So you have to be very careful with this strategy.
Exactly, and now an interesting sequence of moves with the rook going to g1, trying to suggest white would start an attack with being even more aggressive. G5, maybe knight f2, h4. That's gonna be a very interesting game, and I personally love those types of positions because it's kind of slow maneuvering, kind of improving your each piece,
Yeah.
threatening but not really executing. It's kind of that very
Yeah.
fancy way of playing chess.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but I would have been wrong, Dean. I was going to say it could go very slowly. Like white could play queen e2, rook g3, rook a to g1, just sort of like bunch everything up before starting to push. But Anish is playing h4 very quickly, and as soon as he does, the g4 pawn is not supported, and he has to be ready for h5. So what has he calculated here against h5? Is he going to trade, push? What's the variation? We won't find out.
Yeah, h5 would be definitely a double-edged move because you would also kind of take a risk of opening the king, so it would need to be calculated. For now, black just removed the bishop on f7. Now rook to g3 has happened, kind of listening to what you're saying, David. I do hope that there is no connection between you and the player, but the move is played.
No connection between me and the players. They play essentially an entirely different game than I do with the level they're on. I guess one thing bishop f7 does is it threatens g6, huh? So rook g3 took away the last flight square from the knight, so g6, knight h6. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that would be the case. And now black is trying to create a counterplay on the queen side by playing b5. Now queen d2, another move in that engine does not necessarily like, but we are not going to get into that because it's all imperfections. White is still better. I do believe that white should just give away this pawn on a4 and bring the rook to the other side of the board and continue with g5, sort of being aggressive. Plus, there is no increment. So attacking the opponent's king is a perfect strategy because in practical chess, it's always easier to attack than to defend. And when you have no increments, you have no time, you're getting under significant pressure.
Yeah, I feel like nowadays with the current defensive level, if you do this kind of stuff in classical chess, then you might, run into a GM who calculates for 30 minutes, refutes your attack, and you lose. But if you've got them in a 10-0 game and they've got 5 minutes left on the clock, even a strong grandmaster is going to find it more difficult to defend this as black.
Right. And g6 has happened, attacking the knight, something that you, David, predicted. Now we expect knight going to h6. Although, interestingly, white is taking some time, and the question that arises in my head, do they even have a choice?
I don't think that they do.
Unless they were gonna just leave this knight like that. A very
Right.
typical pattern when you're attacking the king side.
Yeah, I mean, it does present some difficulties for black, like how you untangle after GF, GF. But at the moment, you've got all penetration squares covered by that bishop pair. So, I mean, certainly in a classical game, it would not work to leave the knight hanging on f5. A very bold move, even in rapid chess.
Knight to h6 has happened, bishop e6, and now a takes b5.
Yeah.
All right, let's say the pawn takes. Oh, it just happened.
Yeah.
And rook to a5. David, there was a pawn. We're talking about ideas here, but sometimes there are just moves on the board. Let's say rook takes a5, queen takes a5. And then
keeps their eye on both sides of the board, right? Grabs a pawn over there.
Black should get queen a8.
Black should get some counterplay. I feel like being up a pawn is not that amazing if you were in an endgame here with the knight sort of stuck on h6. Like that queen a8 move you were showing looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, that queen a8 move would actually suggest sacrificing this pawn on b5, but then it would be completely lost because you will never believe this. The queen would be trapped on b5 after c6 in the middle of the board. The queen would be trapped. Something very cute.
I was looking at rook b8, which I think also trapped the queen, but maybe let her at least sack for a rook. But
actually would work as well.
Yeah.
You're right, queen b8. So might have been something black overlooked because they pushed b4, but b4 is not the best move. And now g5.
Oh, and now that queen gets influenced back into the center / king side. If the d4 h8 diagonal opens up, black is going to be in so much pain here.
Yeah.
I still feel like queen a8 could be the move. And you have to look at queen c7, rook c8.
Exactly.
And make sure that she's trapped. I think she is. She's the only white piece on the queen side.
Take a look at that. Queen a... Oh, it's queen takes e8, rook takes e8, and now just take on f6, knight takes f6, and thank you for the e5
I can't give
pawn.
the e-pawn here. I would have to not recapture on f6.
Correct. F takes g5 has just happened.
And now, if white goes knight e5, there's bishop takes h6. Okay, so white has to recapture on g5, probably with the pawn.
Correct, with a pawn. And what is black gonna do? It seems like they're running out of moves. They are getting more and more passive position.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is now we're tied to our king's defense because e5 to h8 is so flimsy.
They certainly do not want to go queen a8 to change the queens, because then...
So here's like a line that doesn't work anymore. If you trade the queens, and
then it seems like you do not have anything concrete visually, but then you just control the center and you
D4.
control the game.
Yeah, d4.
A very nice touch. Will white find it? Attacking the bishop, bringing your other bishop, preparing the e-pawn, going to the queen. But unfortunately, this did not happen in the game because white took with the bishop. And now queen a8. It does lose some advantage from white. Now the choice is to take the queen, which just happened.
And
so
then
never
d4,
mind.
Similar approach.
Idea.
Just now that bishop on g5 is committed to defending the knight for a while instead of having the h4 pawn do that job. So we can't use the bishop for any other tasks, right? Getting into d4, etc.
Yeah, and imagine if the pawn had the pawn been on g5, then it would be actually creating a backwards pawn for black on h7. So basically one pawn would be stopping not one but two pawns of the opponent. That would be a very strong improvement. Plus, we all know, I hope you know, pawn islands, right?
Yeah.
You wanna keep those pawns together. So overall, h takes g5 would have been a much better strategical decision in all ways for white.
Yeah.
But who am I to teach Anish Giri how to play strategical chess?
No, we're just kind of guessing at explanations of what's going on. Every time a player of this level like breaks a rule, like pawn islands or something like that, they have a reason for it, right? They have some other advantage or disadvantage that they are playing for.
Yeah, they must have calculated, although sometimes their calculation can be wrong as well because they're humans, and that's why this game is so great. Like, for example, now, Rook A2 apparently is a mistake because
No,
it
so
allows just taking knight e5.
it looks very human to me as well, as you say, right? To bring the rook to the second rank and start harvesting pawns in the Russian school of chess. What's the second rank worth?
A point. A
Oh, okay.
win.
Earlier you said a win.
Yeah, a point in the score sheet.
Yeah, the problem is that the king is sort of stuck in a back rank here with bishop f6 and de5. And while black's harvesting b2 and c2 and maybe f2, white has the plan of rook d3, rook d8, checkmate. Trading on f6 doesn't get the king out. Nothing's going to help other than retreating the rook to stop the back rank mates. And then white's just up 2 pawns instead of 1. And we didn't get anything on b2 or c2. So Laurent says, that's it. J'abandonne.
Very nice French, David. Very impressive. Yeah. Well, Rook A2 was a human move. I believe the issue was that this seemed really scary, although it wasn't. But that's, when you put your opponent under a significant pressure during the whole game, even when you're
Yeah.
not exactly accurate, psychologically, it's just always harder to defend. And then naturally, you're going to make more and more mistakes. And Laurent resigned.
Yeah.
And that leaves
So,
us with a point for Nishigiri. I suggest we move on to another game that we haven't looked at.
yeah,
There
let's
is.
maybe switch to our bird's eye view for once. And
Oh,
so you
yeah.
can see sort of like several games and then you can send us into a position that looks good to you. And first of all, we
Lots
see
of.
that France did get a point, even as Laurent lost. Vachier-Lagrave has won his second game. He's in the leaders along with Giri. And then looking around, is there a board that looks cool to you?
Well, we haven't taken a look yet at such a great player as Jan Krzysztof Duda, who is playing with black pieces against Anton Demchenko, and who is actually in a significant trouble here with black after
Yeah.
bishop d3 attacking the queen. Ew.
Right. He had 2 pawns against a knight. Apparently, he could trade on e7, and now it's rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces, but the e5 pawn will drop after the queen moves.
Yes, another disbalanced position that we've talked about, but here clearly the material advantage is on the white side. Anton Demchenko is trying to get a nice win on the table here.
Yeah. I think that queen c6 was a mistake because if we go back to our question from the Aronian game last round of who wants to trade queens in this situation, I think the queen on d5, so that when white wins the dead pawn on e5, black gets a queen trade, and then they can try and defend this endgame with the rook. Now, what white's going to want to play for is a kingside attack, like knight h4, g5, knight f5. G5's kind of hopeful, but
Yeah, that would be a little bit PD because of many different reasons. Knight d2, regrouping the pieces, yes, and f5, very nice, restraining the bishop, trying to take control of the e4, but it's not enough because we got c4, and frankly, we got the whole board. Although it's not as winning yet, according to the engine, probably because black still has an extra pawn.
Right.
Queen d5
Yeah.
check.
And we see white not playing queen f3, which means that white's not yet confident they could win this in the endgame. They're still going to want to try to make more progress with the minor pieces on the attack. Maybe queen g5 with the idea of knight e3 and breaking through on f5. Instead, f4 is played.
A very committal move. The idea is that the knight is going to have its outpost on e5, which would look incredible. But the main argument for a rook when facing two pieces is to activate it and to attack and to get a checkmate, like let's say rook a1 and rook h1. Wouldn't that be amazing, David?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
King h6 preventing queen e5, queen trade, but queen e8. And now the question is, who's faster? Oh my god! Queen t4 is a blunder. And white doesn't find it.
No, nobody knows why. Nobody knows why.
Oh, I think it was bishop f5 and queen b. No.
It was probably knight e5. And after queen f2, you have king h3, and there are no more checks. And knight e5, you're planning to checkmate on g6, or in some cases, play queen h8, rook h7, knight f7 mate.
Right. And queen d5, and there is a king f2 now. White does not repeat.
Right. They're each trying to get the opponent's pieces away from their king. They're both pretty scared here, which is reasonable.
But they're also running out of time. And white is under more pressure. H4.
Queen
Interesting move. Knight e5. But that loses.
Against queen h1, there was queen d5 holding. So I don't know exactly what white was supposed to do there.
But now black has a concrete way to win. And they are finding it. Rook a1.
Oh, that
attacking
hurts.
the queen. And the rook or the queen is coming to g1.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Previously, the defense would have been queen f2 here, but now black has the h-pawn, which can go to h3, so you can't play queen f2 anymore. Oh!
And white think they're forcing the queen trade, but king f7!
Yeah.
And
That's it. That's it. We're going to see an upset here, although there are 20 seconds left on the clock. There goes black's rook.
yeah, an interesting trade, but black is still winning with thanks to this pawn on h4.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like it backfired. Everything backfired here after f4. That was the crucial mistake of this game. White should have been a little bit more patient. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Duda throwing in a bunch of checks before taking on f4 just because he's got that time advantage, right? He's not in a rush to win the game. He's just reducing white's chances by running white out of time.
Yeah, just grabbing all the pawns. This is humiliation, David.
Yeah. Yeah, you could resign rather than suffering this.
Up, offering a queen trade, but white is escaping. But 6 seconds is just not enough, and white is not even pre-moving. Maybe someone like Daniel Naroditsky could have, showed some technique here with 6 seconds versus 35 and still win, but not in this game. And that is a point for Jan Krzysztof Duda. Congratulations. And that was the end of the round 2, David. What an exciting matchup.
Yeah, crazy. So is Duda among the leaders then with 2 out of 2 as well?
Correct.
Okay, great. So we're going to take a quick break right here, folks, and come back with the round 3 action in a minute. back, everybody, to round 3 of the Chessable Masters. I am David Prus. I'm here with Dina Belenkaya. How's it going, Dina?
It's going great. We are heading into the round 3. The Swiss portion is insanely strong. Everybody is playing. For instance, here we have a game of Hans Niemann, the bad guy of chess, is facing Benjamin Glidura, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes. The very strong Hungarian grandmaster, and Hans is with the black pieces. Here we have a sort of closed position. It does look familiar. My guess it comes from Grunfeld? No.
I'll say a Nimzo with A3.
Right. I'm gonna take you very quickly through the moves. It was knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, e3. It was Nimzo, and black took on c3, and that's how we got this double pawns, and then close the position with e5, d5, now f3, and g4. Oh my goodness. What did I tell you about g4? Never do it at home.
Never do it at home. But rules don't apply to super grandmasters, right? So
exactly. Grandmasters are above any suspicion.
Yeah. Above? I thought you were going to say above the law.
Above the law. What was Caesar's wife above something? There was this famous chat knows. Anyway, short castle after having played g4. Isn't that crazy?
That was a twist, right? We thought that the king might stay in the locked center, c4, d5, e4. You know, you've got a nice house built there. And then you're going to throw the pawns with abandon at the opponent's king. Black enters a weak h4 square, and white says, you know, on second thought, let's send my king over there. Whoa. Didn't see it coming.
And then the g5 move has proceeded, but yeah, the question is right now knight g3 and then coming to f5. So it's totally understandable, I would say. But the question is, what's the question for you, David?
I guess it's like, how does white ever open the game, right? You've got a beautiful bishop pair. Apparently the computer says you have the advantage. But how do you ever make any kind of progress, right? Where do you go? So
the standard plan for black would be actually to put the bishop on a6, pawn on b6, knight to a5, and then win the c4 pawn. That's not going to be easy because white would just protect it by the queen, but they would have to forever protect it. That being said, black would have to forever attack it. So yeah, this position looks somewhat drawish, I agree, after g5. Now the g5 pawn is, though, under attack after queen d2, but this would be followed by a simple h6. And then, yeah, how do you break through? I was gonna say that g4 with castle are typical maneuvers in King's Indian.
Yeah.
To prevent f5.
Yeah. And we see white thinking twice about the king that just got sent to the king side. Now it heads back to the center. I'm not sure that Glidura knows the plan that he wants to play. And, you know, I have this question to myself, because when I see this plan for black with c5, e5, g5, it looks to me like playing for a draw with black by basically trying to block all pawn breaks on the board, set up like a block position where no one can win. But then you think of Hans and you think of somebody who basically would never play for a draw, who always thinks he's better than his opponent, right? Even if he gets paired with Magnus, he's going to sit down thinking he's the favorite today. So why would he lock up the board like this? Maybe to disorient his opponent by making it hard to find plans?
Yeah, and at the same time, Hans is taking time, so he is trying to figure out, how am I gonna play for a win now in there? I do have to say that, like, whenever someone's gonna put their knight on f4 and f5, trades will continue, and then hopefully there would be some space for breakthroughs. And then black still has this idea to create a6, b5. So if anything, black probably has more maneuvering here. The position is closed. White has two bishops, which are not so good in a closed position. Now, knight f5, again, black is going to be the first one to make a decision of trading, and then white will have to choose either to take with to capture back with g-pawn or e-pawn, which then later after knight f4 will allow black to make a counter decision,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
To let's say to capture with the opposite pawn, which then would make the position a little bit more unbalanced, a little bit more open, but that's going to be interesting to see. Let's say something like bishop f5, e takes f5, now at knight f4, and after bishop f4, black can take with the g-pawn, and then still no plan.
Still no plan, but eventually something.
Actually, funny enough, the right caption would be with the e-pawn, and then you have not one but two outposts on the e-file, something like that. Like that, David. But
yeah, that's
bishop
very
f5
nice because actually
happen.
You have the outpost on e3 for your rooks, and your queen tagging the c pawn. So
yeah, and then this did happen. Bishop f5, g takes f5, knight f4, and now the question is going to be for white to capture on f4 or not.
Yeah.
I will add last thing, and then I let you take the lead here. It's a close position. 2 knights are better than 2 bishops.
Yeah, I think the thought for me here is h4, and maybe it's just because temperamentally I'm looking for a pawn break so badly, right, that I just feel like I need something. But to me, the move that I'm looking at is h4 with the idea of bringing my rooks to g1 and h1, and black's king on g8 can't get out of the way of black's rooks as quickly, right? So there is some potential here that h4 could favor white. Also, if black plays gh4, you could regain your pawn on f4 potentially. So it's not like a huge sacrifice.
Yeah. H4 is the right plan, and it did happen. H4, g takes h4. Oh my goodness! But now this is completely waiting for white. They can just take, and then queen takes.
Yeah, I think also rook h1 is winning for white and just waiting to take on f4. I don't really see how black is going to fix their position after rook h1, and rook a to g1 is how I would play, and only then I would trade on f4 once my rooks were ready.
Nice technique, David.
Yeah. So why Hans takes on h4, I'm not sure.
Why on earth would Hans ever do that to himself? And then bishop takes f4, e takes f4, queen takes f4 happens, king h7, and now inevitable rook h1, and then queen h7 checkmate. How is that?
Sounds good. Sounds good from white's perspective. We get the first move, rook h1.
There is this silly little c3 pawn who no one frankly needs.
This is why I would have played the rooks to g1 and h1 before taking on f4, though, Dina, is because you're playing a rapid game. You've got 4 minutes on your clock, and now you have to calculate stuff like queen c3, queen d4 check, queen takes d3, queen a1.
There are a lot of queen moves. Yeah. Let's say queen c3, and then rook takes h4.
I think you have to go rook h4, yeah, because you can't cover everything.
And we absolutely do not care for either the bishop or the rook. The queen h6 and queen h7 checkmate is inevitable. Black played rook h8 instead of queen takes c3.
Okay, so black wants to evacuate the king in case of rook h4. That suggests rook to g1. Then black's probably planning knight g7.
Knight to g7 would be a move following, trying to kind of, stay in the game, I would say. Rook h4. Guess what?
I think white could win with rook g1, knight g7, queen h4, which is a little bit weird to go towards an endgame, but looks like he's going another way.
Queen
no, in the live board, he has gone my way. He's played my queen h4 move.
And queen takes h4, and then rook takes h4. We are going to the endgame, which is completely winning. After knight f6, we got f4. Absolutely do not care about the h6 pawns, saying, I'm going to smash you in the center. Rook a8, rook e1 next, preparing e5.
Yeah, this is almost the move order I had intended. And the idea is basically to break through with the bishop on d3.
Right,
rook
and then
G8.
rook ga has just followed. Now e5 is gonna come next. Man, this is going to be...
Hans's idea is if you play e5, he wants to trade and then play knight g4 check. And against king f3, play knight takes e5 check.
Very sneaky offer, but I do believe... Something tells me, David, that I'm just going to take your knight here and then say I'm just going to show you how bishop can be stronger than the rook.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely something that would happen.
Fair enough. That looks pretty strong.
Yeah, and then the rook would have nowhere to go, maybe on g5, but then I would just continue bringing my king, and then those two pass pawns are going to be devastating.
Yeah. In the game, Gladura's chosen a very safe move. King f3 overprotecting e4 and g4, taking away any hops from the knight. And he's just going to play e5. Vanilla, right? No sacks, no fancy anything.
Yeah, king g7 pursued, then we have e5 and knight d7. Hans is trying to stay in the game, but frankly, he's got no future here.
Yeah.
Poor Hans. Yeah. That's going to be a devastating loss, but he will still have six more rounds after that to fight back. I'm sure he will be back into the race. He only needs to finish in the top 15 to qualify for the next stage.
Mm-hmm.
Hans is thinking.
It's not over till it's over. Gladura's thinking. Oh, finds a pretty nice move there with bishop f5. No, not as nice as it looks. Knight takes f6 is reasonable.
And rook takes h6 just happened.
Trap it?
No way.
Where's that knight going?
Oh my god. The knight is trapped almost in the middle of the... Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was a good find by Benjamin. That looks like the end of this game now. Can successfully be claimed.
Yeah. I suggest we move forward to another game.
Yeah.
Let's see who is out there. Let's take a bird's eye view. We have so many games. David, anyone that calls your heart?
Maybe Tabatabai against Ivic.
Let me try to find this one.
Pretty lively.
Okay, here. We got it.
Yeah.
We do have to say that this is going into the scrambles mode. Everybody approaching the time scramble because they are only 2 minutes down on the clock, under 2 minutes.
Yeah, so here we've got black threatening white with bishop e3, queen g2 checkmate if black can eliminate the defenders of g2. And they've got a minute and a half each to navigate a wild middle game here.
The beautiful bishop on f4, though, is really nice, but this position is so full of action. Rook f4 and queen takes f4 and rook f2, but now queen a3 will be followed by queen f7.
Sacking first the rook, then the knight on e3. And after queen f7, white will even have the move d5 check after king h8. With all the white pieces getting in on the action, that would be seemingly winning for white. So black needs something brilliant here themselves.
Rook f2, what a beautiful move. And now only move for black would be queen to c7.
Oh, wow. Did he find it? Yeah, found queen. That's amazing. That's impressive.
Nice.
I was so desperate, I was looking at rook takes d4 for black, which was completely losing. Okay, queen c1. So the situation now is that black's up in exchange, right? But with opposite-colored bishops, the game's going to remain very complicated.
And after queen c1, f5, d5 has followed. And apparently this is a mistake because now black has queen e7 only move. Attacking the knight.
So white's idea with d5 is if you play bishop takes d5, white plays queen c3.
Oh my god! What is rook e5?
Black's trying to pre-block the diagonal. Against queen c3, they would double rooks. And against bishop e5, they just say, I've given back the exchange. C'est la vie.
But now rook d2! Queen d5 was
Rook
a
D2
blunder!
oh no.
But
Sometimes
Black
you
has
assume you
so-
can move somewhere and defend your rook. You know, your queen
Right.
normally has a way to do it. And
But-
every now and then you don't.
well, Black had only a few seconds, so that's why, I guess. Moving on to another game that's still going. If there is a game still going, there is none.
Yeah.
David,
Maybe-
that was round 3.
Maybe Nihal against Abi Manu.
Nope.
Moronic? No? Done?
Nope. Done. Everything is done. That was round 3 of
To
the
me,
series.
I still see them playing a rook endgame, no? Nihal and Moronic here?
I see on the bird's eye view we have mainly versus Martirosyan, but that game is
Martirosyan?
over. Yeah.
Yeah, Martirosyan just won.
Nope. It looks like it is over. Oh,
Okay.
here it is. I found it. My bad. Nihal
Okay.
with white pieces versus Abhimanyu. No. Yes?
Yeah, Abhimanyu Moronic.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's... Oh. That was a
Yeah.
draw.
And they've drawn.
GG's.
So that's when you've got one pass pawn each that can't be stopped.
Correct. And that
Okay.
was the end of round 3, finally, after the 3rd attempt. We got it.
Yeah, so standings, we now have only 6 players with perfect scores. Duda, Martirosyan, Sargsyan, 2 Armenians, Chigayev, Tabatabai, and Gladura.
Interesting. So it looks like all the big fishes have lost at least half a point.
Yeah, a lot of them. Maxime has lost half a point, Anish has lost half a point, and there are probably some who've lost more than that. It's such a strong field, but here, folks, you get a chance to get a sense of how many strong players are participating here in this event. Anish Giri, Wei Yi, David Anton, Arvind Chitambaram. Incredible field here in the Chessable Masters.
The lineup is insane, and that's understandable because this is a qualification for the Esports World Cup, one of a kind, the first one of its kind, and a very important one. In fact, some of the players have already signed up with esports teams such as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave or Alexander Bortnik, but they yet need to qualify to prove themselves right here, right now.
Yeah. The Esports World Cup is going to only be a 12-player event in the end. So it's going to be based on points scored in the Chessable Masters and one other similar event. So you've got 2 events in which to rack up the points to get to that Esports World Cup. And we're talking about $1.8 million of prize money and a very, very exclusive event. 12 players only at the Esports World Cup. So teams at the Esports World Cup, there's a sort of prize for how they do across multiple games, right, Dina? So it's like it tabulates for the, let's say, Team Liquid. It tabulates how they do in Dota, how they do in League, how they do in chess, and adds it all up. But they have to sign up the players now, not yet knowing which 12 players are going to actually be there at that Esports World Cup. So as you say, it's kind of a gamble as they're signing players who they think can make it through and qualify.
Yeah, and we do have the round 4 that has already started, has already begun. Any particular preference for the game, David? We got a lot of exciting things going on. I see right now Nihal Serene here with black pieces against Alexander Rustemov. How about that?
Yeah, I think to me the most exciting start of a game is Abhimanyu against Maxime. So maybe we could swing around over there and find that game.
Let me take a look.
See if you can find them. Maxime has the black pieces.
Here. Oh,
Yes.
really?
Yes.
That looks like almost an endgame.
Well, black has sacked a pawn to open up a little bit of space in the center because white was getting ready to just sort of flow over the black king side. And now Maxime has slowed it down a little bit with this d5 square for his knight.
And we do see Maxime on the screens. He's in fact wearing his polo by his new team. We really hope he can make it, but that's not so easy as you could have imagined. Rook a3 was the last move. Apparently, inaccuracy. God knows what's the reason for that. Knight takes e3, rook takes e3.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you would think that the knight on d5 is at least as good a piece as your bishop, and that it would be fine to defend your bishop, that you don't need to be precious about that one, like I often am with my bishop pairs. So moves like rook a3 and queen d2 look like they should be okay.
Yeah, apparently this bishop should have not been led to a trade, because now after knight takes e3 and rook takes e3, White's advantage would not be there anymore, even though they do have an extra pawn, but this position is open.
So Black has two interesting moves in this position. One is rook to b4 after that trade, right? Looking at d4 and e4, and the other would be bishop h6, looking at f4 and e3.
Yeah, trying to show them, I got the dark squared bishop and you don't. So, therefore, I'm gonna be better.
Yeah, creating some tactical issues for White. If g3, there's bishop h3, and etc.
Unfortunately, though, in the game, Black decided to follow the basic principles of chess and saying the knight in the center, which is an outpost, is better than the dumb bishop surrounded by its own pawns, and played rook to b4. This is sort of computer chess, showing you that sometimes you gotta think outside of the box. Bishop f2, saving the bishop is the right call for the reasons we have just discussed, but it does sacrifice a pawn after knight f4. And now the question is, why is this good?
Maxime's thinking with rook b4 made a lot of sense to me. He was thinking, you know, knight e3, rook e3, rook b4. The way White defends the d pawn is rook d3. So instead of making the trade, whoa! And he already won the game. What happened? White must have fallen into a tactic here.
No way! Oh my god! Rook a5! Blundered! Queen takes a5! No way! This must have been a mouse slip!
Well, where was the rook headed?
No, maybe it wasn't. The idea was rook a5, rook takes d5, queen takes d5, and queen takes b4. But that was such a bug in the system of Abhimanyu. And GG's to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. David, that leads us to many other games. That
forces us to find another game. How about Jamie Santos Latasa against Wei Yi? I heard that Wei Yi has been signed. I don't know to which team, but I heard that both Ding Liren and Wei Yi had been signed by esports teams. So there's going to be one team carefully watching his games to see if their investment pays off. And Santos Latasa has won an exchange on b8, right? Pawn on b7, bishop came to a7, and Wei Yi just had to leave the rook hanging on b8, and he's going for the King's Indian attack with the f4 and g4 pawns. Folks, don't lay too much stock in the evaluation bar or the material. These attacks have a lot of practical chances and messy games.
Yeah, a typical King's Indian when the computer says black is completely lost until black delivers a checkmate.
Yeah.
G3.
And White probably going to want to trade once here, but it does give black f4 for the knight, you know, so knight d3 for White, perhaps.
Apparently the right move is bishop d7, which has just happened. That was the only move. And now after knight... Yeah.
Well, sacking the knight on f2 with an in-between check.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's such a big deal for White to trade off some pieces. It's going to tie black down to that b pawn and really change the game from a game where black's attacking. But that is super brilliant by Jamie Santos. Or Jaime, probably.
Currently, that leads us to White having a rook against two pieces for the third time in today's show. And yet,
I wonder if there's a tactic with queen a4 immediately here specifically. I was thinking, maybe just slowly running the a pawn up the board while black doesn't have the pieces left to checkmate your king.
But there would be knight, queen a4, threatening a8 and d7. What if knight b6?
Knight b6, yeah. Then queen a6.
The advantage of white is so big, and yet we can see the power of a rook and the passed pawn against two bishops. It looks like we're having a lesson on those disbalanced positions today, and I'm so in for that.
Nice, nice. You've been embracing the lessons and teaching aspect of chess recently. Jaime just goes for pushing the a pawn immediately without that queen maneuver.
Activating the bishop on h6 and now knight e2. But yeah, white is just pushing their second passed pawn, and frankly, there is nothing black can do with it. Oh, I said it and then I regretted it, because knight c5 attacking both the queen on b3 and the pawn on b7. Now the queen has to move, let's say somewhere to h3. And then technically black is having a sort of relief, because they're gonna get rid of the passer on b7.
Oh yeah, I mean, white's whole game plan revolved around that b pawn. Queening that b pawn was the reason white was winning. You drop that b pawn, it's like you have to start over a whole new game here for white. And yeah, there's queen h3 with knight g3 as a specific chance maybe, but as white, you need to really recover from this blow. And that's, I think, why the queen a4 to a6 maneuver was so good, Dina, is it forced the black knight from d7 to b6, where it couldn't challenge our pawn. The knight has to sit there stopping queen a8. Without a knight on d7, the queen on b8 is stuck. I prevent queen a7 check, so like all the black pieces get stuck with that queen a4, a6 maneuver, and now it's anyone's game.
Nice, David. Yeah, you should have told them, but unfortunately, queen f3. Now the b7 pawn is gonna fall. Still, everything is in white's hands. Everything is in the control, but probably need to be a little bit careful, a little bit more precise. Now let's say queen b7.
He might be thinking of rook f1, right? With this queen f3 move instead of queen h3. He might be planning rook f1. But black can drop a knight on f4, then he'd have g3 at the end. Okay, yeah, I think his plan is rook f1. So we see Wei Yi not just grabbing the b pawn off the board, but thinking in advance, like, how am I going to handle this rook f1 move next?
Yeah, because
he played knight b7.
Because black does have a choice. He hasn't yet played knight b7. I believe that was me, pardon my analysis. But queen b7 actually just happened within 1 minute and 17 seconds of thinking. Indeed, a black must have been trying to prevent rook f1, thinking in advance, but here goes just bishop to f4. And then how do you proceed? If you go...
I was thinking g3.
Right, very good call, but then bishop g5. And apparently, there are no attack. White's advantage is
Queen
gone.
f7, king g2. It feels a little bit like an attack, doesn't it?
King h6, king g2, bringing the queen, but oh my goodness. Queen b2, and after rook h1, you just give away a knight with a check, and you block.
Yeah. King f2, knight e4, etc.
And that did happen in the game. This is the current position on the live board. Now, White is starting to realize that King g2 doesn't give anything. And White has completely lost their advantage.
Yeah.
That's a bit unfortunate, I have to tell you. Now, once again, after King g2, there would have been Queen b2. And after Rook h1, you'd think, hey, I checkmated. But no, you haven't. Knight h4.
And normally against knight h4, you could just move your king away, right? And just say, we'll take the knight next move.
Yeah.
But king f2, there's knight e4, knight d3, right? King f1, there's queen b1, I think. So, I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know.
A hard realization for Santos, Spanish Grandmaster.
Yeah.
How's your Spanish, David?
I think it's much better than it used to be, yeah.
But it's not as good as your French.
No, no. No.
So White is thinking, and it's
But it's a
sort
lot
of
better.
good to know. White is thinking it's a bit yeah, it's a bit of a realization for them. I guess we shall leave these guys alone, because we sort of reached the culmination, and then no
Yeah.
excitement anymore.
You see White's clock ticking down, right? He spent like 2 minutes on this realization, right? He's under a lot of pressure suddenly. Even if the computer eval bar says equal, when you have a sort of paint by numbers win with your B pawn, and then that doesn't work out, then you come up with a checkmating plan on the other side of the board, that doesn't work out. It's a lot of emotional blows to take and keep your cool, right?
Oh my god. And after Queen B2, King F2 has happened, but apparently that was a mistake, because now Black is the one who's gonna start the attack. And yes, just as you said, David, it's that situation where psychologically you just don't have enough time to how you say, come back, to breathe, to digest. And then now after knight d3, I believe, or actually just queen takes a5.
Yeah, by now Black's got, the two minor pieces against the rook, and Black's pieces are active. Their king has been secured. So it's just a matter of time before White blunders something, right?
Which just happened, because knight e2, knight e1 is a fork for a queen and the king, and then rook takes and the queen takes, and now a6. But now Black is with an extra clear piece on the board.
Yeah. And queen a1 can keep an eye on the a pawn and the center and the white king, and Black should be able to convert however they like this game, especially with the time lead. I'm very confident that Wei Yi will take this. Let's maybe turn our attention to Jan Krzysztof Duda
versus Haik Martirosyan, and White is completely winning. I do agree that game was about to be over, so this one though as well, because it looks like Black did not finish the development, and they're gonna get punished because the rook is about to get to the 7th rank, and you know what that means.
Win.
Exactly.
I'm learning something from you.
Yeah, and bunch of pawns here. There is a d4 pawn. There's going to be an a4 pawn. Both are extra pawns for White. So it looks like a sad situation. Honestly, nothing exciting here, David. I think we should move on.
Okay.
Vidit Gurjarati versus Laurent Fressinet. Oh my lord. Vidit is another rook on the 2nd. What is happening?
Desperately trying to get that rook out of his face. The rook can go to squares like c2 and e2, because even with an exchange sack, you get a pawn on c2. It's pretty good. But he might be planning rook f2, bishop d4 here, cracking White's squares. No, c2. Very good.
That's is gonna be a loss for poor Vidit. And all Indian fans in chat right now are crying because their favorite person is about to be knocked out by Laurent Fressinet. Good thing this is a Swiss, and still 5 more rounds after this to fight back. You do need to finish in the top 15 to continue to the next stage if you want to get your chance in the Esports Cup.
Yeah. And what a strong tournament. I mean, we probably have 10 players rated 2,700 here. We've got Sindarov in action with 3.5 out of 4. We see his name appearing over on the standings over that way, folks, next to the board. See Vachier, Sargsyan, Shamsidin Vokadov, rising star from Uzbekistan, also with 3.5 out of 4.
Let's take a look at another game while we still can. Here, Mateusz Bartosz versus Daniel Dubov. Daniel has been a source of lots of controversies.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have another disbalanced position. Look at this. An exchange up for Black, but yet not enough to win, because there are 2 pawns. And if anyone's gonna fight for a win here, this would be White.
So you'd rather be White here?
Oh yeah,
with
absolutely.
More pawns on the board, yeah.
And with the rook on a6, look at that rook, David.
It's active.
That's why
Dubov's
rook
looking at it
b6.
too. He's going to offer a trade. I guess the other thing we should check is the clock. You know, if somebody were way ahead on the clock, you might rather have the extra time, but they're deadlocked at 1 minute and 1 second each.
Yeah, this
And-
is gonna be a very fun game because they're both gonna try to flag. And me saying that looking at the free fall repetition, no, black declined after rook to d6.
Yeah, I found that in these situations, in classical chess or over the board chess, you often see people like afraid of losing and just making repetitions. But then in online chess, they're always confident, like I'm the one who's going to flag my opponent. Or I just need, I need a huge score to qualify for the next stage. So you see people making the really aggressive decisions to keep the game going, and they'll kind of both be avoiding repetitions.
Yeah, although objectively this is like something even, but careful with the time. Mateusz is going down to 30 seconds.
Ooh.
G5, trying to complicate. Oh, I will add, David, this is
Yes.
super important. Whenever you're trying to flag, you do want to have a knight, because giving those checks and threatening those forks can be devastating.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and he's got that knight on a great square in the middle.
Yeah, and both pass bones, but he's only 20 seconds. Come on, you gotta play faster.
No increment. Oh, it's going to be tough.
Check, fast, move. Check, move, fast, back, pre-move.
He can't do it. He can't do it, Dina.
No, he doesn't know how to pre-move. No, come on, check. But that loses the knight. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Dubov's going to
Okay.
take it home. The time lead was
And
the
that
key
is
there.
a win. White has just resigned. Congratulations to Daniel Dubov.
Yeah.
And I believe
Moves up
that
to
leads
3 out
us
of
with
4.
all games being finished. No, here is another one. Just before we go, 15 seconds for Xu Xangi
Yeah.
versus Srinath, Indian Grandmaster.
Xu Xiangyu.
Who's gonna
Check,
flag?
check.
Come on, fast, move. Something tells me sometimes these players do not remember it's... Oh!
It's like 4 seconds each. There goes the queen. Now it's pre-moving. Oh, they know how to pre-move.
What?
Black won.
Why do you resign?
Well, because he lost his queen.
And what? It's 3 seconds versus 4 seconds.
Well, I mean, he's got a different take on chess. When you lose your queen, you resign.
But this is online chess.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's not his background.
Do we need to bring Danya here to give them a lesson? Anyway.
Maybe. I mean, I resign when I'm down a queen, so I'm from that school of thought. If you beat me over the board, you get it.
Let's take that conversation to the next round, because this has just been the round 3 that is over. That leads us taking a break.
Yeah.
And being right back to you.
All right. So we have a Valentine's Day sale here on Chessable to tell you about. This Valentine's season, Chessable is spreading the love with up to 55% off courses as a Chessable Pro member. There are over 150 courses available in this sale, so now is your chance to learn from the very best authors in chess. Visit chessable.com/valentines or use !valentines in chat to start browsing. And we'll be back with more action from the Chessable Masters right after this break.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research. Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
Hello, I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and today I bring you a spicy game from the Chessable Masters 2024 between Grandmasters San Sebastian and Wesley So. The battle kicks off with the Janowski defense in the Queen's Gambit. Now, after Queen to C7, Black prepares H6 followed by G5. So White wisely plays Queen to D2 to fortify F4. But then, Rook AC1 happens, a tactical disaster, since now after Bishop F4 and Knight C4, White's Queen finds itself with too many responsibilities, trying to hold B2 and F4 at the same time. She can't handle the pressure, so White is forced to trade on C4, leaving the D4 pawn as an easy target. After a couple of moves and a rook exchange, Sebastian launches his knights towards Black's king, hoping for an attack, but let's be real, it's like throwing paper planes at a battleship. Then comes H5, kicking White's knight all the way back to the shameful H2 square, since F4 is hanging. Another rook trade happens, and White recovers material with Knight E7 followed by Knight takes E6, trying to stay in the game. But then Wesley plays Queen to F5, a great move, stopping D5, protecting H5 and rolling out the carpet for his knight to jump into F4. Then with A5, Black keeps marching forward like a chess terminator. After Bishop G6, a nasty threat appears. Knight takes G2 followed by Queen takes C2. Could White try to avoid that by playing Knight E1? Nope. The brilliant Queen takes D4 followed by Knight E2 just wins the game. The game continued with Queen D2, but then after Knight takes H3, Black keeps collecting pieces like Pokemon. Knight F3 is a deadly threat now. At this point, White realizes that there is no escape from the double threat against F2 and D6 and throws in the towel. One small mistake and Wesley grabs you by the throat and never let you go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Chessable Masters, the first event of the Champions Chess Tour. I'm International Master David Bruce, joined by Women's Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya. We are 4 rounds into the action, and Dina is going to bring us into round 5 games here. We've only got 1 player left with a perfect score, Dina?
That's actually very surprising. Indeed, round 5. I was gonna take a look at someone we haven't seen yet playing, such as Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik. He is not a leader yet. He's only a 3 out of 4 versus Laurent Fresnay, but Alexander is playing with white pieces.
Yeah, and he has played a Jobava London here for white. And, you know, it looks like white's a little slower to get developed, but it's partly to misplace that knight on a6, which he then trades off to mess with black's pawn structure. And I'd be happy as black, actually, to have my pawn structure messed up like this.
Nice. I agree with you in a way. Well, two bishops, double pawns. You know, there are pros and contras, but I usually say knight in front of the c2 pawn is not the best thing, because c pawn is a central pawn. You got to put it to the center, let's say c3 or c4. So once again, we do see something outside of the box. Rook to e1.
So you basically don't partake of the Jobava London as
Nope.
white.
Red flag.
Me neither. Double X.
Look at us.
Double X. So I'll tell you why I like getting a doubled pawn at the beginning of a game. Because it gives me a semi-open file for one of my rooks. And if the whole rest of the board is locked, I'm the only one with a file. Problem for me here is white's bishop on g3.
Right. And now queen to b6, attacking the pawn. Rook b1 protecting. Seems like a pretty balanced game. For now, I do have to tell you that we might actually want to jump to another game, which is Duda Jan Krzysztof versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave.
Right, in first place. Duda with a perfect 4 out of 4. And it looks like he's played a Najdorf against Mr. Najdorf, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Wild position.
I love the way you pronounce Maxim's name. You are probably gonna take the lead at those French names coverage. Bishop, the queen trait, jokes aside. Bishop attacking the rook and the pawn. Now rook e8 protecting the pawn. Now rook e1 attacking the pawn in the next move. Threatening bishop c4. And now David is highlighting as rook c8 as an idea to stop bishop c4 and finish the development and bring the rook to the open file. Everything looks logical to me so far.
Yeah. Normally this endgame is going to slightly favor white because of the bishop pair. But as long as black remains nice and strong in the center and uses that central pawn, that extra e-pawn, to remain strong in that area, it's going to be very, very competitive. And here, to me, black looks pretty strong in the center, like they've already advanced a little bit with the e and the f pawns, and white hasn't done much with the queenside majority. So I feel like black has fair chances for now.
Yes, and the knight e4 has been played, the last move, attacking the bishop on d6. Now the question is if white is going to save this bishop or bring the rook to the open file. Both options are possible. Technically, it's better to save the bishop. For the technique, you got, you know, pawn majority on the queen side. So ideal scenario for two bishops, how to, you know, outplay them.
Yeah.
Show your endgame technique for Maxime. He's
also, there will be this idea of bishop f3 if you play bishop b4 here. Whereas I think if white plays rook d1, I would evaluate the game as equal. The moment white plays rook d1, that's my feeling. So I would definitely play bishop b4 like you.
Yeah, and Maxime is taking his time to think here. Bishop b4. Great decision, Maxime. We're proud of you. Now knight c5.
Getting out of the way of bishop f3 and preparing to come into either b3 or d3. Rook d1 deals with both of those ideas.
Now, e4 will probably take place, as David said, with the knight coming to d3. It would actually be pretty annoying. Bishop c4.
Yeah, so now it's hard to stop knight d3. Maybe rook... We should calculate rook d5. I mean, Duda must already have calculated it before playing this move. Rook d5. He'll play knight d3 anyway, Dina, because if rook takes f5, he has knight e1. And if you trade on d3, white's got a weak back rank, so no time to capture the bishop on f5.
Nice. Is that the
That's
line
his
you're
plan.
suggesting?
So he's going to play knight d3 no matter what. Rook d5 even won't stop him.
But maybe bishop c4, check. And then the king goes somewhere?
Let's say h8.
Really?
Well, king f8, rook d5 looks super bad to me.
Yeah, you don't want to pin yourself.
I'm married,
and then...
I'm married to knight d3 here.
Interesting. Oops. And then...
Inadvertently playing a great move, perhaps, but...
Let's say rook to d4. But then you would go knight d3.
Yeah, I'm playing this pretty much no matter what here.
Yeah. And then bishop c4. Bishop e6 was the follow-up. Offering the bishop trade. Now white has to say either they want to trade or they want to go back. Something tells me going back is an option because you stop 93, but then bishop f5. Repetition.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do?
Yeah. Okay, so Duda, I guess, didn't want the king getting stuck on the corner square h8, right? Then you've got to deal with your own back rank at some point, and you're slower to centralize.
Correct.
So he finds this bishop e6 move, and it looks pretty decent.
Yes, and then are we gonna play rook to d4? Protecting the bishop, activating the rook, or are we gonna take the bishop on e6? Are we gonna rook d4 has just happened on the board.
Okay, I was just wondering about bishop e6 there, but no time to figure everything out. Rook d4. So if black trades on c4,
and then goes
after
knight
d3, white can take on e4, for example, with maintaining an edge for white.
Right.
Yeah.
But then everything is gonna be traded, and looks like white will not have that much of an advantage. So bishop c4 did happen in the game. Rook takes, knight e3, rook takes c8, rook takes c8. Now rook e4, knight b2.
Yeah.
I will say, David, I still prefer white.
Yeah. But the saving point for black is that on rook f4, knight d3, and knight b4 draws because of white's back rank.
Ew. 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 That's so nasty. And you cannot take with the pawn because of the checkmate. So you're gonna take with the rook, and then rook takes c3, again threatening the checkmate. So white has no time to win the pawn. That looks like a draw is gonna come soon, but
he's gonna
white
play
doesn't
king
want
f1
that.
if he wants to push. Yeah.
That's right. Very good. Very correct. Bringing the king to the center. The right thing to do in any endgame. Just a reminder for everybody watching this right now. What is the strongest piece in the endgame? That's right. It is the king.
Yeah. So now against knight d3, which got played, white's plan is to play, I think, king e2, knight b4, cb4, and press the rook and pawn ending. The f pawn is weak, and white's king is more centralized than black's, right? So you can really put black through some pain here.
In fact, this would have been one of the biggest advantages white have ever gotten in this position so far. But instead, they are playing h4, and computer doesn't like that.
Sneaky. Preventing black from defending the f-pawn with g5. That's a sneaky idea, but I always look first at bringing up my king, Dina, because sometimes if you just get all your pieces active first, you can win the pawns even if they defend it with g5. You go king f3, king g4, you attack the g5 pawn, etc., right?
Yeah, so that could have been more of a weakness than a strength for black.
Yeah.
Well, h4 still
cutting
seems
off the
logical.
defense. Yeah. So it's clear what white wants to do next. King e2 and collect the f-pawn.
Let's say now, after knight takes b4, pawn takes b4, black has this insanely standard f3.
Yeah. That's
Sacrificing
the reason
the
why
pawn.
h4 is wrong.
Destroying the pawn structure, doubling the opponent's pawns, creating an extra pawn island, and then saying, show me how you're gonna win this, sweetheart.
Yeah. No, that's really unfortunate for white. That f3 is really a nice move.
Good news for white, because black did not find it. They played rook c6.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if we go king e2, and say no f3 in the air?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Black must have been calculating a plan here. It's not rook h6, rook f4. It doesn't look like it's rook g6, king f3. So I have yet to figure out what the idea is with this endgame. Maybe
Let me know when you want me exactly to spoil it for you. I was gonna say,
oh, you already knew?
I cheated. I had an engine open, but that b6 would have been the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Although it did not happen in the game.
Okay.
Rook e8, king
Rook e8 was played
f7,
instead. Okay.
and now after rook e7 check, king
Going
to
b7, yeah.
f6, rook takes b7. Thank you for the pawn. Rook e6, activating the rook. And now after c4, as you were suggesting, white would have had an advantage. That did not happen.
No.
Instead, there was rook b6, which is not as powerful. King f5. And looks like
so
black
now white's got the problem that black's king is more active than white's. Even
Correct.
a pawn up, even maybe like a king a pawn ending that white couldn't win after rook e6, king e2, knight b4, and king d5.
Exactly. And now this
But
is
knight
the
e5's
current
played.
situation. Rooks are traded. Okay. And it seems like black is gonna control the whole board after king d5 and having the knight to c4, locating on white squares, which is gonna be really annoying for this dark squared bishop.
Yeah, white's king also doesn't have a way forward at the moment. White's bringing the bishop to c7. That's the only way to defend the a pawn against knight c4 and threaten to trade off the knight so that the white king can make progress. So this is challenging from Vachier-Lagrave. If he gets to c7, it's an unpleasant moment for black. Maybe they should play king d6 to keep the bishop off its best square.
And the most annoying part about this endgame is that white cannot bring their king up. The knight and the pawn on f4 are completely restricting the king.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so black doesn't play my king d6 move. Instead, going for king d5, knight c4, active pieces. White can play king f3 now and move forward, finally.
Ooh.
What is black planning then?
King f3 is very tempting.
Huh. You know, I really think, Dina, like bishop c7 was the only idea I saw for white. I feel like black should have prevented it with king d6. There's this instinct in the endgame to always move our kings forward, right?
Yeah.
But there are exceptions.
And now f4 is getting traded against a5, but whose favor is that in for?
I mean, basically white's, because it opens up the game, right? The bishop has better chances of catching that a-pawn from a distance, limiting counterplay. If white gets a pass pawn on the king side, black's going to struggle to get back to it. That said, my instinct would have been to play king e4 last move instead of g4, just always kind of centralizing.
Yeah, they say the bishop is better than the knight because it can faster navigate between the both sides of the board, queen side and king side. And especially in such positions where each side has a pass pawn, the knight here is gonna be only doing one thing, which is helping its pawn, while the bishop is gonna be both helping its own pawn promote, but also stop the opponent's pawn. And the plan for win, the plan in order to win here for white would be simply to sacrifice the bishop against this pass pawn on a1 and get this h7 and g7 pawns in the pocket and then just promote the h pawn because the knight would not have enough time to jump all the way to h8.
Yeah.
Easier said than done.
Tough decision for black here, right? If you push the a-pawn straight to a1, it's probably not good enough. If you send the knight to d2 and start trying to eat pawns, then the a-pawn's no longer as strong either, so...
Yeah. The only thing I would say, which is gonna be the challenge here for white, is that instead of just simply promoting the pawn and trying to win the bishop, black is gonna do the very sneaky, very typical technique of bringing the king to c4 or b3 and trying to block the diagonal with a knight on e5 or c3 and just promote the pawn.
Exactly. So Maxime tucks the bishop on a1 for now, so that it's harder to block it off on that diagonal. And black needs to attack the kingside pawns with the knight, I think. You know, like knight d6, king h6, knight f5 check. King h7, knight h4, something like that. Try and get one or two of those pawns off the board with the knight.
Right. This is a race, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a very this is not going to be a draw. One side is going to win.
Another defensive option would be to bring the black king to f7 here. So like king d5, king h6, king e6, king h7, king f7.
And it is about to be played. Well, nicely spotted, David.
Interesting, goes to f5, which leaves
Active
open
king.
the plan of f3, g4, trying to push your king off the pawn, which is now happening.
But now, if black wants to make a draw, they can just play knight e3, and after g4,
yeah.
knight takes g4. Pawn
That's
takes
the
g4,
key.
king takes g4, and king takes h4. Sacrifice the knight against all the pawns.
Yeah.
Knight e5 even better, because
Knight
protecting
e5.
the g6.
Wow. I guess so. Trades, king g6, a3, h5, a2, h6, a1, h7. You have to be careful black doesn't, get checked on the long diagonal in those lines.
And the question is, who is playing for a win here? Knight e3 attacking the bishop. We do have g4 intermezzo.
Mm-hmm.
King has to move on f5. It shouldn't still be a draw. Well, typically Jan Krzysztof being 4 out of 4 does not have to take any risk. He's a solo leader. He's happy to make a draw. He's moving forward. All he needs is to finish at the top 15.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a bunch of moves. King e6 has just happened. Knight, bishop a3, king f5. Back. Bishop c1. Both players are 30 seconds on the clock. King e6, David suggests, has been played.
That blue arrow, by the way, is not me. It's some automatic engine bot.
Oh my bad. I was thinking
Yeah.
you were so smart.
Yeah, if I was the blue arrow, you're like, wow, he is so good.
Yeah, I'm like,
Always
why is he
suggesting
guessing all my moves all the
top
time?
engine move.
Damn it, who did they give me as a co-host?
Yeah.
King f5 only move. King f7. It does look like white made some progress, but still not enough. But careful with the time. Oh my god, I bet David is gonna flag.
All right, the main way this game would end would be somebody flagging, not somebody winning on the board at this point.
Maxime is gonna lose on time.
Just run out of time now.
Yes, he's just gonna lose on time. Come on, Maxime, just move. Just move, just pre-move. Oh, and this is a
He's
draw
running
but
his king for the a-pawn now.
5 seconds only.
I guess it's enough. He's probably saved it. Ha, he was ready for knight c5.
Wow. GG's. And that is a draw, leading Jan Krzysztof Duda with 4.5. And he is going to be approached by other players. We can see on the cameras both players are not necessarily happy, but they're just focused.
But how calm Maxime was with 2 seconds, right? He's just like, yeah, whatever, no big deal. No, none of that panic.
Yeah, and speaking of 1 second on the clock for white here. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful win by Rauf Magomedov, finishing with a checkmate. And David, I believe that's the end.
We had someone from the don't resign when you're down to queen school of thought, but white was able to convert the checkmate.
Don't worry, I'll take care of you. But right now, this is the end of the round 4, I believe.
Round 5.
Round 5. Oh,
round
my
5.
goodness. I lost count. Exactly, round 5.
That happens, yeah.
So we're heading into the round 6. We can take a look at the standings here. We have 5 players with 4.5 out of 5. And once again, I don't see anyone from the, from the big boys here other than Duda.
Yeah, it's intense, and it's a lot of competition. It's a lot of top players. We've got Wei Yi joining the lead here. We saw Wei get that incredible comeback into King's Indian earlier today. So he's now on 4.5 out of 5. He might get his shot against Duda next round, or it might be Volkov, Shamsidin. Looking down, Denis Lazovic, Raunak Sadwani, Peter Svidler, Chris Shook, Andrakin, some older players who can still play speed chess online. Nice.
Yeah. I suggest we take a look at someone else's game we haven't seen yet from
Sure,
the leaderboard.
Let's maybe kick it to our bird's eye view so you get a few games to choose from.
Nice.
And then we'll see what appeals to you. It looks like Duda drew an online speed chess specialist, Nihal Sar, in this round. We've got Volkov against Wei Yi. And Tabatabai against Vachier-Lagrave.
I can't get over the way you pronounce that name. Could you repeat it once again?
Tabatabai.
No, that one, the French one.
Okay. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Beautiful. All right. Pick a game, David.
You should just move back to France if you like it so much.
Don't worry. I got my grip on the French language one day or another.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you think of these games, Dina? Is there a particular player that you're a bigger fan of? Is there somebody you want to...
Let's just take a look at Denis Lazovic. He's a young star, up and coming, has qualified, has played the finals of Speed Chess Championship, I believe. I remember, flew to Canada for sure. He's playing here with white pieces. He's 4 out of half. He's facing Nadirbek Yakuboev, another young talent.
This is another Nimzo Indian E3A3 variation. They are playing along the lines of one of my favorite games, a game which I imagine every Russian schoolboy would know, Botvinnik against Capablanca. One of my favorite games of all time. And, the bishop on c1 looks kind of bad, but overall white has this plan that's very hard for black to stop, of advancing e4, then e5, then f4, then f5, and demolishing the king side.
Yeah, this is a very famous pawn structure indeed. Now e4 has just played, and then queen b6. We see here black having a beautiful, really nice knight on the c4 square, sort of outpost, even though it's not an open file. But it's useless, because now white is going to play e5 and basically smash the subscribe button. Just kidding. Smash the black's king on the g8 with the pawn maturity here.
Yeah, and the c1 bishop, it lurks for a long time. I know it doesn't look very good, but eventually the dark squares are going to be weak on the black king side. The main thing we want to do is probably drive our f-pawn as far as we can get it to f6 ideally, and then you start looking for checkmates on the king side.
Yeah, that would be a dream come true. e5 did happen, and the follow-up was the knight to d7, f4, c takes d4, c takes d4, g6. Now king h1 getting out of the pin, and after f5, it looks like white can sacrifice the knight on f5 and pretty much have a winning position. But I do have to tell you, David, that we gotta take a look at the former world champions game, because we got him on camera.
All right, Dingli Ren, signed by LGD Gaming for this season of esports. And so he said, the point of the signing was that he's going to play, and here he is playing. So let's see his position if we can. He has so far 2 points. And here he is up against a young Indian grandmaster, Aditya Mittal. Looks like the white side of a Rui Lopez exchange.
Yeah, that looks
Yes.
similar to what we saw just before, although I don't know if we can call it exchange when white plays d3. I guess it's not as important. What is important is that we do recognize the pawn structure, although this center is more open than in the game that we saw, I believe, in the round 1. Now, knight g5 attacking the bishop, and we do have a clear difference in the two bishops versus a bishop and a knight. And the question is going to be whose side is going to be better.
It seems black king the bishop here, the bishop pair here, right? Because retreating would allow queen c4. So black's going to have to just defend the bishop.
Yeah. That's why I see now. It all makes sense.
Yeah. So black's kind of thinking between queen e7, queen d7 kind of moves. Picks queen e7.
Interestingly, 96 is not the first suggestion of the engine. Instead, computer says just push the pawn to e5 because you're gonna have a protected pass pawn and not be afraid of bishop d5. That's kind
Because
of
for now,
I guess
we have
because there is a
c4,
c4. Yeah, that's working. And then your other alternative would be to just bring the rook to e1. Instead, white does something very logical, finishing the development,
Bishop
very
e3?
important.
Yeah.
Neutralizing at least one of the bishops.
Yeah, that's my kind of move. I would check the move h6 really quickly to make sure I'm not dropping my e-pawn or getting confused, but white can trade on c5 and then e6 and win a rook. So black's going to have to simply trade off immediately here.
Queen takes, bishop takes e3 did happen. Queen takes e3, bishop c4, rook f to e1. Looks like white has absolutely no problem here, but once again, do they want to be more ambitious? Do they want to try to gain a little bit of advantage? And is that even possible?
Yeah, I mean, I see the eval bar at straight 0-ish level, but if I were playing the game as white, I would think I had an edge here, Dina, because I've got the pawn majority that's more mobile without a doubled pawn, and my knight has potentially a great square on e5, right? Like if black plays h6, trying to do something about the e4 pawn, I'll just reposition my knight to e5. I'd be pretty happy about it. So I think black has to play like fairly aggressively either on the d file or tagging the pawn on f4. You know, maybe trade on e4, play queen f6 in some position. Black has to find some precise moves because if the game just kind of goes along simply, I see more prospects for white long term.
That does make sense. And I do have to point out that Ding is not having a great tournament at all. He's currently at 2 out of 5, far away, way far from the qualification.
Yeah, not in line right now for being in the top 15, which is the current sort of goal, right? Like at this point in a 9-round Swiss, your goal is to be top 15 and get into that round of matches that we are also going to see today. So we're going to go check in on one of the greatest chess commentators of all time and also a super GM, Peter Svidler.
And here we see Peter on camera in his library, I believe at his home in St. Petersburg, my hometown, as a matter of fact. Yes, Woo. Peter is the pride of our city, and let's see him how he's fighting for his qualification. He's currently with 3.5 out of 5. He's with black pieces against another Chinese grandmaster, as a matter of fact, Lu Shanglei.
Yeah, and I think that maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like Lu Shanglei may have won the World Junior Championships like 8 years ago or so. He's quite a strong player. So let's assess what's on the board here. We have an extra exchange for white.
Correct. And that does not give any advantage.
No, black is partly trying to eliminate the A-pawn, partly trying to create a kind of Death Star of minor pieces in the middle of the board, right? And bishop d3 would be one question here going after the knight. And I think that the concern, the reason that Svidler's contemplating is that there might be a move like, Queen C6 or something, getting out of that diagonal pin while countering with the rook E8 threat. So it's probably a pretty complicated tactical situation here on this open board.
Yeah, well, it does look annoying. Plus, there is an A5 pawn that is currently under attack. So Black has to do something such as grab a pawn, knight takes A4.
Right.
Not a worst thing to do when you're under pressure. But instead, Black goes king to H7, and that's the current position on the board.
Just getting rid of all those rook E8 tactics. Like, if you played knight A4, you have to calculate moves like bishop C6, bishop A1, rook E8 check. Just prepare to trade in the queen for the 2 pieces, handle that situation. So he cleans up the tactical element there of rook E8 and prepares to play aggressive moves for himself next. White grabs the pawn on A5 and Black doesn't take on A4, huh?
Yeah, instead Black goes for the queen trade, and after knight takes A5, rook B2, targeting F7. But guess what? This position is now winning for White after king to H1, as non-David Ancient suggests us.
Yeah, king H1, just giving up on F2, right? Not getting tied down. Rook F1, bishop D3 kind of stuff would just be worse. So you just hide the king and say, hey, I've got this A pawn. How are you going to save this game now?
A pawn would lead to a game, as we are watching Lu Shangli getting white pieces and smashing a former top 10?
Yeah.
5?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Grandmaster Peter Svidler, who is now, let's be honest, semi-retired, but once you're retired over the board, you're never retired for online.
Yeah. I mean, many people have retired and then kept playing to some extent. So I think in chess, like, the definition of retirement is not as clear as in some other sports.
Exactly. 92 happened on the board, which is a big inaccuracy because now we're going to be facing... Actually, it's not inaccuracy, it's just the position was bad already. And now knight takes B2?
But that knight C4 move was very strong from Lu Shangli, and he really clarifies and cleans up the position, right? You trade off Black's rook, then you can just run your A pawn pretty soon. It looks like a cleaner technical task now.
Absolutely. And the bishop on E3. And now it's just an exchange in the pass pawn, honestly. I suggest we move on to another game. Let's take a look at, remember that Denis Lazovic game? He's now completely winning. Look at this.
Played the knight sack that you talked about.
Yeah.
It looks
he
like.
He sacrificed the knight and got all these pawns. Look at this and added this balanced situation here. A lesson for all of you watching on how not to play chess. Just kidding. Obviously, an amazing and a strong play, showing you to break the boundaries of standards of material.
On the last move, instead of queen b5, I was calculating e7 check, queen takes e7, and it looked like that would just lose White's passed e pawn. So that would be a blunder. So he can't finish the game off, and he wanders out of the center to grab another pawn. I don't know that he needed that pawn, but against queen e4 or queen f3, he might have feared knight d2.
Since when no pawn is not enough? So.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 4 passed pawns. I don't think that White needs to care how many pawns Black has on the queen side. Maybe now he could play f6 and sack his rooks.
Yes, f6 did happen on the board, and it's a brilliant move because it's sacrificing f1, but we don't care because we're gonna play e7.
Yeah. Sometimes the brilliant moves come pretty easily.
Very natural move.
Yeah,
I believe
F6,
this
E7.
game is gonna finish very soon.
And he's got 2 minutes on the clock, has Denis Lazovic, so that's plenty of time for him to calculate these variations here. These are like 5-second variations for Denis, I would estimate.
Yeah, he's definitely chilling, and they got plenty of time. David, how about we move on to Alexander Bortnik versus V. Pranav? A very interesting matchup. What's going on here?
All right, so it looks like both players have active rooks. They're both looking at each other's weak pawns, b5, c3, e4. If white ever traded queens with queen f5, they could try to lock the black king into a bad position on h7 with the white pawn on f5. Wait, black has just allowed queen f5 with the idea that here they could play g6, but if white plays rook f8...
How are you going to defend this f7 pawn? And Bortnik is now thinking... No, Pranav is now thinking. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so Bortnik just landed a big blow there with rook f8, huh?
Oh,
no, Pranav with rook f8.
Happen. Yeah.
Okay, Pranav is white. The
Pranav
view is a little less
one
clear with the name sideways instead of up and down. But
yeah,
Pranav has got the white clock.
Pranav is one of the very big online stars. I can tell you that right now. He's got one of the highest ratings on the leaderboard. Pretty often he's very known for a strong online play. So no wonder he's here fighting for his qualification spot. Definitely underestimated in classical and then over the board. So let's take a look at how he's gonna outplay his opponent here with an extra pawn.
Yeah, so Bortnik correctly identifying that the situation of his king is precarious, and he's trying at all costs to trade queens now. Right, so he's inviting queen f5. He's planning to play queen e4 at some point. Now he takes with the rook going after the g pawn.
Yeah. Still a lot of things to prove, because technically the material is even.
Yeah, against rook d6, he has rook g3 check. Otherwise, that queen ending would be dead. You know,
Nasty little trick.
Yeah.
Definitely is not going to happen.
I mean, white could try it, because you're still trying to win off your passed b pawn.
b5 instead. Rook f4. The pawn is pinned. Queen has to move.
Okay, the plan against queen d3 and queen d1. Queen d3, maybe e4.
Actually, queen d3 would not be winning any more because your passed pawns are disconnected, and then rook c4 would be really strong. So
that's weird. If you play b6, rook c6 catches the pawn.
Yeah. Instead, white have played queen e3, and now rook a4 followed, but apparently now b6 is gonna be way stronger. b6 did happen, rook a1. Trying to stop the pawn.
Queen h5 or something? Or just rook b1? Queen b1. Queen b1, staying on the diagonal and getting behind.
Ooh, another nasty idea with the checkmate on h1. White is now thinking, mind that black has only 30 seconds on the clock. So it's getting...
C4 might make sense with the idea of queen b1, queen d3.
Oh.
And then you'll be able to play rook takes d6 next.
Rook b5.
White plays rook b5 to stop queen b1.
There was a queen c2, but instead black played queen h5.
That makes sense. I don't know what queen c2 was about. I wouldn't have found that.
But now there is queen d3 check and rook b1, David.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, we'll see if white finds that. I guess they were probably planning queen d3 in some positions.
Now e5, queen c2. Black is still fighting.
Defense. Still fighting, yeah.
Rook a8.
Keeps the rook on the board.
We expect b7.
Yeah, but
rook
it's
b8.
not obvious the white queen has been, has surrendered prime
queen e4.
territory.
But now e4. You gotta play e4. You have to play e4. You have to...
Okay.
No!
Queen f3, etc. Now white can get into c6.
30 seconds each. It's no longer about time, honestly. But queen c8! No. What am I saying?
No. And queen d5, there's queen b1. So it's not obvious for white. They play queen c7. Oh, it's very, very close here. Black threatens queen f2 and queen b1. White finds some kind of a defense. It's super tense here. What time do they have? 3 seconds each?
And this is it!
Black's got enough checks. Oh, rook f8! He couldn't get far enough.
And boarding flagged his opponent! Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Black wins on time with 0.4 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. We're like talking about all these like tactics and what's the best move, and then suddenly it was like, oh no, they've got like 1 second each. They're like pre-moving queens, hanging, and so forth. Whew. That's part of the changes to the Chessable Masters this year, right? The lack of any increment, the straight up 10-0. Even with the 1 second increment, you're kind of used to seeing these folks pull off almost perfect endgames when they're up, a rook or a queen or something like that.
See, David, that's why you cannot resign.
Sure. Yeah, I guess like in esports, so to speak. Yeah. I understand. I get the idea, I guess.
All right, and I assume we have a next round already starting. This is round 7, and we still have Jan Krzysztof Duda with leading the tournament with 5.5. And he is
place.
Yeah, he is playing against Denis Lazovic.
Incredible. And we've said a couple times the goal here is to finish in the top 15 in this 9-round Swiss. 3 rounds to go, 6 rounds down. But finishing first place is also particularly attractive. And if you're Duda, you're going to have your eyes on that at this point, because sole first place means you don't even need to participate in today's matches. You're already through to the playoffs tomorrow. So he's definitely going to have some incentive to try and stay on top of this tournament.
Absolutely, David. And there are 3 more games to go. Still a lot. I suggest we take a look at one of the games. You choose, David. Either we go to the leader or any of the other semi-leaders.
Yeah, I think Lazovic versus Duda makes a lot of sense here. Duda's been in first place the whole event. Lazovic just crushed Yakubayev last round, and he's got white twice in a row here against Duda, and he's trying to crush this Grunfeld. He offers an exchange sack on A1. Duda doesn't take it, and it looks pretty promising to me for white.
Yeah. Look at this pawn on D5, completely blocking both sides of the board, and the knight on A5 is so doomed. We say knight on the rim is slim, so never put it there. But also the rook is attacked. I just noticed.
Yeah.
By the way,
he could have taken it last move and didn't.
Yeah, because it's dark squares. You cannot. Otherwise, you're gonna get checkmated on G7 after bishop H6.
Yeah.
Never do that. And then you would have to play F6, but as Ben Feingold would say, never play F6. So, very understandable choice.
Too many.
And now bishop E5. Going after this dark squared bishop again.
Interesting, yeah. So the knight on A5 is sometimes used to attack a pawn on C4, like a plan that Dina was telling us about in the Nimzo Indian with like B6 and a bishop on A6. But in this position, white has no doubled pawn on C3, so the C pawn's easier to defend. Therefore, this knight is sort of badly placed. As Dina said, there's not going to be amazing pressure on C4, and that's kind of the only thing the knight's doing right now. So we'll probably see black play, B6, knight B7 at some point in this game.
Yeah. And now we got some sequence of moves. Let me update you. So it's been bishop E5, bishop takes E5, knight E5, queen D6. Now knight F3 back and E5, trying to regain the control of the center. But white just replies with knight D7. No en passant, not even for the memes, because D5 and E5 are not the same. D5 is so much stronger. And now this is the position on the board with white preparing E4, I would say, David.
Yeah, or possibly G4, followed by knight E4. H5 suggests it might have been G4, the actual idea, Dina.
Wow, H5 sort of preventing but also weakening. Now knight B3. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that move because we are trading our opponent's worst piece. But, sometimes it's about not what pieces you're trading, but which pieces are actually left on the board after the trade.
True. True. And very charitable of you towards Denis Lazovic, who has just gone and traded Duda's worst piece, which is also one of the things he just did.
Yeah. And now the plan is to prepare e4, or maybe it's f4, or maybe it's a4, stopping the b5. Very nicely played. It looks like black has no counterplay, no plan whatsoever in this position.
Yeah, black is low on counterplay, and I'm not sure that there is a clear or immediate plan for white, Dina, like between e4, a4, all that. But maybe just hang around with the space advantage and wait to see what develops.
Yes, a5 just followed, kind of trying to block this queen side. The issue is that the b7 is now a backwards pawn.
Right. So
it
now
almost
we bring
doesn't
the rook to the b
exist.
file.
Exactly.
Rook a2, rook b2. If black allows it, you'd play queen b6 in a heartbeat. So I think Duda should play b6 to keep those pawns defended on a5 and c5.
Yeah. When you think about b6 pawn, you almost wish it did not exist, because then you would be able to land the rook on b4 and not have to keep this rook super passive and stuck defending this pawn.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point. White would love to double rooks on the b file, so I would even consider bishop d3 in these positions. I think Lazovic, despite being a teenager, has a lot of experience with this kind of stuff online. He knows when to, leave some tension, when to go straight for the plan.
Bishop d3 has happened. Now, are we going to see the trades or not? That's a good question.
Right.
I do love the way how Denis is playing this game. He's definitely putting black into lots of kind of long-term pressure, I would say.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that e4 choice from Duda. I thought he was going to trade the bishops.
And if 6 has happened.
Yeah. So Lazovic maybe needs the second weakness. I don't know if he's got enough to ever break through on b6, right?
Bishop d7, bishop d1.
Yeah. Okay, so h3, g4 can be the plan. You've got a rook on the second rank to swing over. And you look for the second weakness. But
King
h3,
F7?
h4. h3, h4 would be an easy defense for black, so he just moves back and forth once.
Bishop c2, repetition. No, don't repeat. No! Come on. You were better.
Sorry.
Yeah, h4 you were suggesting. Okay, well, it is a draw. And Jan Krzysztof Duda continues to be in the leader's position. Let's take a look at Anish Giri versus Nicolas Teodorou. Another interesting matchup we have. Anish is approaching the leaders.
Right.
He's currently 4.5 out of 6. And so is his opponent.
Playing a hyper-modern game here, trying to apply pressure to black's pawn center on d5. And he can also pressure the pieces from b7 and b6.
Now rook c5 has happened.
Theodore asks, is your knight really stable there, applying pressure on d5? Where do you want that piece to go?
Yeah, we can see Anish on camera. He's doing his usual Anish thing, being very focused.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to be one of the top players in the world without being focused.
Good point. Good point. It's also hard to be a top player in the world and a streamer at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, rook b8. Are we gonna trade the rooks? This position honestly looks a little bit boring, if I may. Excuse me.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want about that. Okay, so black's preparing to recapture on c8 with the queen. Because we see the h6 pawn kind of hanging.
e4, counterattacking the center. Maybe with the idea after d4, bringing the knight to d5. Ooh, I love that. That would lead to opposite colored bishops, but also a beautiful knight outpost in the center.
Yeah, and trying to make the black bishop on f6 kind of bad as well, right? With that d4, e5 pawn structure.
Correct. And yeah, and then both sides have open files for their rooks. Honestly, it looks like a very balanced position. I don't even know what side I would pick. What about you, David?
I would pick white, but you know, not by much. Maybe you'd like to see Wei Yi's game. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, let's move on from this one. I
Bishop
agree.
g5, correct. Getting that bishop out. So look at this. You don't often see c4 and f4 unless you're watching the Freestyle Grand Slam.
Ooh, and the king is in the center. I do hope White hasn't lost their right to castle yet, because castle
Right.
long is very much needed here. c5, bishop c7, and now castle, please. Yes, amazing.
All right. So now the white king is temporarily tucked away, nice and snug, and the black king is being observed by the rook on g1, the bishop on b2, the bishop on g6, even the queen on c2. So it's going to be a little bit hard for Sanan Sugiurov to defend.
Yeah. So Wei needs to qualify. So does Sanan. They are both with 5 out of 6. It's a pretty good score so far. They're in the leader's position in the round 7. White does have an advantage, as we can see. There is a pressure on e5. There is a very strong attack, very annoying attack. I would say the knight is gonna come to h4 and to h5 and to f5. Yeah, it looks like an easy play for White without any counter chances for Black.
Yeah, my problem for black is I don't see what to do with my bishop on c8 or my rook on a8, right? I don't see how to use them for a good defense or a good counterattack. And I know that if I don't find a role for 2 of my pieces, I'm going to get overwhelmed eventually.
Yeah, bishop d7 did happen as if Black was listening to you. Now rook d1, what you're gonna do next?
Interesting. So we're wondering what's white's plan, right? What's Wei Yi up to with this sort of mysterious rook move?
King h8, continued. Bishop to f5. Ooh! Trying to dominate on the white squares. I love the sound of that.
Yeah, a knight on f5 would be amazing here. And
Bishop
black
e8.
just dodges out of the way of it. Clever.
Yeah. Not as clever according to the ancient, though, apparently. This only helps white. Probably because there is a disconnect between the rooks, but I think the main issue, the same root of the problem, is that black is just way too passive and they have no counterplay. E5 is a target. You cannot really take it because you don't want to open the diagonal. You don't want to push it because you don't want to open the diagonal. And yeah, I think if only white could just put the rook on g2, and then probably would be an end of it. King b1, a slow move.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, I don't really see much for white or black to do, so I was actually thinking about king b1. A5 finally played by Sugiurov, but after a3, he can't open the queen side. Whichever pawn he pushes, white will just move past it, avoiding the trade.
Another option would be to play knight f5 now, trying to say, all right, buddy, you don't want to trade my bishop, well, I'll put my knight there anyway.
Mm-hmm. The best idea I see, actually, Dina, is your idea of doubling the rooks on the G file. I don't see anything else that increases the pressure.
This is completely crazy, but the best defense would have been to take the pawn on h3, which is really unhuman, because we say those pawns are always poisoned. You should not take them.
Right. Yeah, it just seems suicidal, and white's not even thinking about defending the h-pawn. Like, he's just operating on a basic principle, right? You can have that pawn anytime you like, and then I will checkmate you.
But computer doesn't care, because computer has got no feelings. Such as a feel of fear. Nope,
right.
Never heard.
Yeah, has Sugiurov grabbed the pawn?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Oh,
and sometimes,
old.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the only strategy, David, when you're trying to defend and you have no other choice but just grab it and then close your eyes and just try to, like, close your eyes and grab it and then just try to stay there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes you just want to, like, have something that you're playing for. Put a little pressure on the person with the better position that, like, because they're behind a pawn, they have more of a responsibility to finish you off.
Yep. And it seems like it's paying off, honestly. Look at the evil bar.
Right. So Wei Yi finally trades on e5. He couldn't up the pressure enough to take over that square. He brings the knight to f4 with plans of tactics on g6.
Yeah. The only thing that worries me right now is that black is actually down to 50 seconds on the clock versus 4 minutes for white. This is a huge difference.
Mm-hmm. White threatens rook takes h6, which I was wondering if he could even just sack the rook last move. Knight g4 moves the rook, threatening rook g4 and knight g6.
Queen g5 protecting the knight.
Oof.
Very unhuman because you put your queen in front of 2 rooks, but hey,
Yep.
There is no h3 pawn to attack this knight, so maybe it can fly.
Right. And white's best plan here, I'm not sure. h5 comes in to anchor it. Wow.
Yeah. And now rook h5, transferring this h5 into a target. Bishop e8. But knight
Still defending.
e6! He's gonna be a
Still
fork!
defending. Yeah.
Why didn't do it? But knight e6 again!
Right. Queen d3 aiming at queen h7. Black had to deal with that. Now knight e6.
Black is still holding, I have to tell you, David, because, again, a knight but 2 pawns, 2 passed pawns, and every time pieces are traded, it's only in black's favor because their attack is less strong. Look at this.
Oh,
Black
rook
has
takes g4,
consolidated.
rook f1, black prepares.
Yeah, trading even more pieces and then even winning the rook.
King a2 renewing the threat, yes. Black
And
goes after the
Sanan
rook
has-
trade. Crazy.
Sanan has to
Incredible
play
defense.
faster.
Incredible defense. I mean, when we started watching this game, he had like 1.5 minutes against 5 or 6.
Correct.
But you're right. I mean, he's struggling. He's struggling.
Queen
to
attacking
finish
the
off this
rook.
game.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
H5 blundered the knight in one move.
Yeah. I mean, he
Queen
played
takes
so
g4.
well for so long with so little time.
No way.
I mean, he
That
needed to go
leads-
fast. He needed to advance the game right towards a conclusion. So we can see why he had his eye on the H-pawn.
All
Aye,
right.
aye, aye.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
We have
Wait.
few more remaining games.
Okay, let's see what else we've got. Artemiev, wow. Big name.
Completely winning against Rauf Mamedov.
Pawn up, gets the f6 square for his king here with rook e3 check. Now rook c2 seems necessary.
Trying to kick the king out of this strong... But this is a completely winning position.
The black king needs to shadow white's king, I think.
Yeah.
Like king e7 here.
We also have Nihal Serene. I suggest we jump over because this is somewhat more exciting with knight e6.
Okay.
I said
He's playing
exciting and I
Dubov.
took my words back.
Yeah, his advantage seems easier to play than Artemiev's because he's got 2 connected passed pawns here, plus the d5 pawn looking weak. So he's in fantastic shape here. He's got 30 seconds against a minute, but for Nihal, the time is fine. Not an issue.
Rook
Oh, he's
A2.
just going to trade that rook on the king side and then queen his h-pawn.
This is completely winning. But something
Yeah.
happened in Vladislav and Rauf Mamedov game. Because this endgame, remember, with the king and f6 is no longer winning.
Okay.
And here's gonna be a time scramble. Although, probably a repetition. King c5. I keep getting unlucky on the choice of my games. I just want to fight, and then I keep getting this rook endgames.
I mean, 19 minutes into a 20-minute round, you're going to get some end games.
Exactly. Well, this now is winning again, by the way, as a matter of fact, because the king is going to hide on h3 for multi-checks, and then the rook is going to take the g6 pawn and the f6 pawn. Hey, why don't you hide on... Oh!
Yeah, hey, you gotta hide your king away.
Oh!
Apparently that brilliant in-between check is somehow not best.
Uh-oh. Because you brought the king closer.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
All right, this is going to be interesting, David. Hear me
Now-
out. This is going to be our excitement of the day. Both players are very low on time. 12 seconds for white. Is white going to be able to outplay? Oh, it's draw by
No.
repetition. Nope.
White says, I'm the one up a pawn, you're the one up 5 to 10 seconds. Let's just give up on this game.
I'm going to jump real quick to Jose Martinez versus Pranav.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it's another repetition. Knight g4, what is that? Who is playing for a win? Who is trying to flag? Jose Martinez is a very strong online player.
I think they're both playing to flag at this point.
They're both very strong online players. Let's see. This is exciting. This is what we're here for. Up. Oh no!
no!
Take the rook!
Oh, they're just pre-moving things, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, ew. Pranav just beautifully flagged with 93, which happened to be a brilliant
even
move
the
as well.
engine gave it a double exclam for some reason.
That's so funny with this rook on h5.
Oh my god. Rook h5, the queen moved to g5 instead of taking the rook, then the rook didn't take the queen. Ah! Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so we definitely have a mix of chess and online chess going on in this event so far, Dina. We've had some games where we see somebody, playing great moves, taking over the game, and then sometimes it comes down to an end game or just an absolute flag race with pieces still on the board. How are you enjoying it so far?
I'm absolutely thrilled, and I am here for all the time scrambles and all the blunders and all the flagging and all the poo moves, and the only thing I'm not here for is resigning when you're 3 seconds on the clock, but we don't talk about that. Before we go into the next round, we do have a very important announcement for you all.
All right. The Ani Chess Pre-Season Cup in collaboration with Chess.com is already happening right now. Rise through the ranks with spells, and you could win a piece of the $10,000 prize fund and other prizes. And you do not need to be a grandmaster to have a shot at this crown in Ani Chess. Casting spells levels the playing field. Master strategy, timing, and magic, and you could dethrone the best. To enter, just play casually on Ani Chess from now till the 27th to climb the Ani Chess ELO leaderboard. If you make it into the top 64, the real battle will begin. Ani Chess is free to play, so head over to go.chess.com/AniChess or use !AniChess in the chat here to play now. See you after the break, folks. We've got 2 more rounds to go in this 9-round Swiss section. See you in a minute.
How happy you are with your achievements in chess? I mean, are you happy or not?
Overall, yes.
True. My second question is, do you think you're a genius?
Yes.
Yes, he does. How probable it is that you will be back in top 3 in, let's say, next 5 years?
A bit unlikely. True.
I'm a bit surprised. I thought you're more of an optimistic guy.
No, it's just waiting has never been like my main preoccupation. I care more about winning titles.
I can add that it causes a lot of reactions in him. He has a big desire to be much better.
No, I was happy to know that
We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
No,
We're finding the core
I
of the
was
problem.
happy to know that I have big desires still in chess.
Do you think that blitz or rapid, with its importance, can be compared to a classical time format?
Not yet, but it should.
True, but it's like an opinion with many facets. to
without
it.
a yes and no answer. Okay, to follow up this question, for you personally, blitz and rapid matters as much as classical chess?
No.
Lie.
Finally, getting somewhere.
He wanted to be caught. He wanted to be caught.
I got him with that question.
Yes, you did.
How afraid you are that somebody, while playing you, will be using illegal assistance?
In general, afraid. Like, not with everybody, but I'm pretty sure it has happened in the past.
True.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Chessable Masters. We are in the play-in stage, a 9-round Swiss, 7 rounds down, 2 to go. Crunch time for the players. A single loss here could eliminate hopefuls. A single win could catapult you to the top of the standings. And Dina, do you have any thoughts of who you think is going to finish at the top after the next 2 rounds are said and gone?
This is going so far extremely exciting. We have several players standing with 6 points. In fact, several means only two, and those two are playing each other right now. It is Jan Krzysztof Duda and Wei. I suggest you going straight into that game, but as we are going to be keeping an eye on all those of them, other 8 players with 5.5, you can see here all the way till the bottom 10, and then we have other players with 5 out of 7 who are also fighting for the qualification because it's 15 spots. So yeah, David, how about we jump right into the action with Jan Krzysztof Duda here with white pieces against Wei Yi.
Fair enough. So Duda has played a kind of symmetrical variation against the Berlin here in this round. And I think of Duda as being more of a D4 player than an E4 player. So he's wandered a little off to the side here. And he gets this symmetrical position here. And it brings up the question, is he going to press for a win here against Wei Yi with a sort of simplified technical position? Or is he considering, like, let's play very safe and make sure we qualify? And is he open to, you know, an equal position as long as it's simple?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's a philosophical question, and honestly, we might even leave these players figure it out on their own while we take a look at some other more exciting positions on the board. For instance, Nihal Sarin here with white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is way more unbalanced, David.
Right. Yeah, and this is like a Torre attack kind of system. You know, one of those D4 systems without C4, more maneuvering. Some people complain about them. Some people don't like the London systems and the Torres and so forth, but they do leave a lot of pieces on the board by not creating immediate tension. And so, you know, you tend to get longer strategic middle games. And Nihal Sarin, you know, he doesn't have Maxime's experience and level in classical chess, but in blitz, in rapid, he is a huge threat.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. And we got here double pawns, a5 and a7 for black. For Maxime's side, there is this central d4 pawn kind of facing the c5. It's an interesting structure. I believe it reminds me of something like Benoni. I don't know, if I may. Bishop on g5, not that effective, honestly. I think I would prefer black here.
Yeah, it's interesting. If white plays c3 to solidly defend the center, like you would normally see in these positions, it's going to slightly weaken the b file more. So Nihal is hesitating to play this very standard c3 move, right? And instead, he's looking to reorganize his pieces with rook a3, queen a2, rook a1, emphasize that a file. And if he can achieve all that, it's definitely going to put some pressure on Maxime's position, although Maxime looks quite relaxed at the moment.
Yeah, we do see Maxime on camera. He is definitely relaxed. If only black had enough time to put knight on c6, this would kind of neutralize all 3 pieces you would be trying to put on the a file. But it seems like you don't have enough time, because now queen a2 is going to directly attack the a5, and how are you defending it?
I think with queen b6, he's planning a4. I haven't checked the calculation, but the idea is to trade bishops on a4 and then play queen b2 at the end.
Let me show you your idea, and then queen b2. Is that something that black is looking into?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's generally the idea.
And it did happen. Well done, David. You guessed it correctly. But here there is an intermezzo. Uh-oh. Knight to c4 instead of capturing the bishop back. Queen b5.
b2.
Exactly. Protecting b2. Rook takes a4. Now knight b6. Go ahead.
Yeah, so then he's going to counterattack the knight immediately. I was looking at the move d5 first, but obviously Maxime has planned this, like, you know, a minute ago and 3 moves ago. So he blitzes out knight b6 quickly. He's got a nice little lead on the clock here in a relatively equal position, and he's dodged some of that pressure on the A file, so that was pretty successful operation for black.
Yeah, I think we do have to mention that whilst the A5 pawn was weak, it was an extra pawn. So black is totally fine giving it away. And especially now after the trades on B6, improving their pawn structure indeed. And you might think that white is having an edge here with the open file all the way to themselves, but the truth is right now they do not have necessarily that much of a leverage on this file. They can put the rook on a7, but still with the knight, it doesn't really gonna attack yet anything. So it's one of those things when it's kind of an advantage, but it's also like a fake advantage.
Yeah, I mean, normally if I were playing this position, I would think to myself, I've got a tiny edge because of the A file, but like tiny because it's not obviously an amazing file. You know,
Exactly.
and black's pretty solid throughout the board.
And bishop f6, bishop takes f6 has happened. Now, white is probably trying to play against this bishop with the barrier. Honestly, white is doing everything correct according to the book. You put everything on the A file. You got the A file. The position is closed. The bishop is stuck with this barrier d4, c3, b2. You got a knight. You got everything. So where is your advantage?
Yeah, I mean, you're still looking for it, but the first step is not letting black counter the A file with rook a8, right? So white's done that, and then they just have to look for chances to poke and prod, maybe maneuver the knight on f3 to a better square, since the heavy pieces are pretty much in position.
What would be the ideal square? Is it b5? But that would be too good to be true.
Right. Like, I think it would be c4.
c4.
Because you'd be attacking b6 and d6, but in general, it's easy for black to play d5. They do it even before the knight goes to d2. So then we need a new square as soon as black plays d5, and maybe the new square is d3.
But then you would go into c4. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah.
After taking on c5, queen takes on c5, rook a4. Now white achieved another important change of the structure in black's position, because black now has this b6, which is isolated from the other pawn structure. So it's an extra pawn island. And ideally, it's an advantage. But now the idea of black is going to be to push b4 and eliminate the weakness, but also create attacks on the b and c file and kind of actually say who's got the open file now.
Yeah, so white attacks the b pawn, black defends it, and against the rooks on a5 and b4, black's going to have bishop e7 and bishop d8 available to chase them off. So they can't just sit there calmly firing at your pawn for free for the entire game.
Yeah.
And Maxim's holding the balance for now, and a 2-minute advantage on the clock, so he should be quite safe from getting flagged by Nihal for now.
Which is extremely important, the last thing you mentioned, aka advantage on the clock. Bishop takes d4, and we're finally seeing the, how we say, the heavy piece endgame. Queen and two rooks. This is an endgame, even though the queens are on the board, simply because all other pieces are traded. And now both players are improving the pawn structure on the king side, h4, h5, kind of blocking there. It looks like a typical Carlsbad.
Yeah,
Those
looks
of you
pretty solid. The rook on b4 can't maneuver much, so it's going to have to just kind of sit there, hoping that it keeps black tied to the b pawn. And I think that game is very equal, and if there were 1 second increment, I would tell you for sure headed for a draw, but perhaps headed for a long game and somebody flagging at the end.
Yeah, and then with this g5, now look at this, going for attack. I love that.
Wow, lashing out as Maxim. King g7 was secretly preparing for this, huh?
Yeah, beautifully played. Now, it looks like black's piece coordination is going to be so much better. And even though computer says white has nothing to fear, just play king g2 and protect, and everything is go. Everything is solid. But no, black is putting some pressure on the clock. But
so
as
Nihal finds king g2, holds it together, And let's hop over to another game. Just bouncing around, checking out Anish Giri playing with his king in the middle of the board and an extra bishop against Shant Sargsyan. And with queen d4, he's, of course, dreaming of an endgame. Shant is going to try and dodge out of that. Threatens
Look at
coming
that.
to c7. Yeah, rook c6. That was more or less the only move I saw. White could probably trade on c6, trying to get rook a7. And I guess the king will just have to come up to c6.
Yeah. Whoa. Anish with black pieces here having a huge advantage because he's an extra bishop, even though his king is in the middle of the board with heavy pieces on board. Rooks and queen.
White's only got one pawn for this piece, so every endgame's completely doomed. If you have 2 pawns for the piece, you know, there are some escape valves, right? Sometimes you could say, okay, you get the trade that you want to protect your king, but I get the 3rd pawn, or I, trade off enough of your pawns to have some chances to defend the endgame. But here it's pretty desperate for White. They just have to keep material on the board and keep taking shots at Black's king, which is pretty well covered at the moment.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Yeah.
Whoa.
How's Anish's clock? He's got an extra minute, 3.5 minutes. Looks pretty good.
Rook f1 has just happened, and the computer is not happy about that. It looks like after h4, it's actually Black who's about to start the attack. Rook a3 right away.
Okay, at least he was ready for it. Shant wants to bring the rook over to g3 and hit the king from a different angle, while Anish is trying to pry open White's king, and Anish says, yeah, keep your rook on a3.
It looks like Black's position, Black's pieces are completely miscoordinated. The rook on h3 is useless, the rook on f1 is passive, and the worst thing is that the queen on b8 got no moves.
Yeah. All right, so the H file opens up, and now Anish is going to be able to play for checkmate in order to sort of decide the game more quickly instead of having to trade everything off and consolidate his king. He's going to just play for the win himself right here.
Yeah, after king g2 trying to activate the rook, kind of protect the h file, you can just go back. Rook h8, rook h7, rook h5, pretty much any rook move back, and then just bring the queen e4 in the air. Everything is in the air. I think this is going to be a resignation. Anish is going to finish this game.
I agree. Interesting choice, king e7. Defending the rook with the bishop and starting to open up that bishop. Sargsyan's so desperate that he offers a trade here. Black could even, take twice on c3, defending the bishop and the rook with the queen. But he's going to look for a mate. He's going to look at queen d5, queen e4.
And it is a mate in 10. Can Anish find it? Queen d2, rook f2, queen, rook h2. Beautiful.
Okay, so now from here, does he have bishop h3? There's queen b7. That's messy. Does he have rook d6?
How about you
queen
just
c7?
take the rook on c3 and then just take f3 and then play queen d7, king d7,
Sure.
and
Sure.
Your opponent got no moves.
I thought you wanted to find the mate in 10, but yeah, this is this is pretty convincing for Black to just
Bishop h3. Hear me out. Yeah, mate in 10 was before rook h2, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But Anish just won. His opponent resigned. Congratulations
cleans it
to
up.
the former CEO of Chess.com, who is heading to 6 out of 8.
That's a big win. That's
Nice.
a big win. I think that might nearly qualify him, like maybe he still needs a draw, maybe he needs tie breaks, but that's really close. That's a big win for him. All the top boards above him were finishing in draws so far, and maybe we should check out Andrejkin and Deac, who we have not yet seen today.
Yep, and this is 2 bishops versus 2 knights endgame.
Yeah.
Here we have a clear advantage for white as they have 2 fast pawns moving forwards. Actually, are they moving forward?
Well, they have to pick their moment to move forward. Right now, the black king's ready to receive them, and the white king is on e1. So if we push the pawns too quickly, sometimes they'll die.
Yeah. Well, the time situation is also in white's favor, which is an important factor.
Oh, very important at this stage, yeah.
The position and the time. I do say that usually for flagging purposes, it is easier and better to have a knight, because then you can check and fork.
Yeah.
But those guys are not. Ooh, look at this. G4 was a miss, because now knight a4 is attacking the c5. And if the pawn is falling, no advantage.
Right.
King d6
much harder
getting
now.
out of the pin.
Much harder to play. Yeah. But he's still got the extra minute, right? So what does he need to do? Like, we know not to resign. We know not to resign with 3 seconds on the clock, but how do you press this kind of position with the time advantage?
Extra minute and a pair of bishops. So still objectively things to play. But black has only 25 seconds. Oh my god. The time. The time is going to be the decider.
King starts to head towards the queen side.
King b5? Is that an option?
So kind of playing it like normal. No, but then he just backs up and slows it down. Knight c4 threatened to eliminate the a pawn. Careful.
Uh-oh. You cannot go king c3 because it's a threefold repetition. You gotta sacrifice. But king b4 attacking.
Knight c2.
Both. Oh.
Knight c2 to d4 saving. Now black is up a pawn. When we joined this game, black was down a pawn. So
now all black needs is to eliminate all the pawns.
With very few seconds, is making a lot of progress on eliminating all of white's pawns, right?
Ooh, sacrificing the knights, but how are you gonna win the other pawn?
I think his plan is knight d6 check, but that was a weird move.
But bishop d6.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a wrong square! Oh my god, it's a wrong square, but you're not gonna prove that. Good luck on proving that.
With 7 seconds, huh?
Oh my god. And the pawn is falling, and the white is winning. Just bishop h7, yes! And you don't let them anything. And king g6.
He even wins on the board in the end.
Amazing, amazing. That shows you why when you're playing no increment, it is important to keep the time advantage, because even if the position doesn't seem promising, you're still gonna flag them and they're gonna make mistakes because they have no time.
Yeah. Another top board ends in a draw between Yakuboyev and Grishuk, so they remain in the running for the top 15, but it's not guaranteed for them.
Ooh. Ew. Black won on time and on the position, so that's fine. And with that, we are concluding the round.
All right, let's see the standings, Dina. Who is making it? Who's on the cusp?
We got Jan Krzysztof Duda.
5.5.
And Vachier with 6.5.
Yeah.
These two are... I feel like I'm having a deja vu.
Yeah, they were on top last round too, and they drew with each other. But I mean, look how many people are behind them. If they lost this round, they could finish as low as 10th instead of 1st, right? I mean, they could get passed by 1 million people.
Exactly. We got the next 10 players with 6 points, and all of them gotta try their best to qualify. A reminder, only 15 people are gonna go through, and here we are facing the one and only Mr. Hans Niemann against Denis Lazovic.
Right. So these two players both on 6. My estimate would be that if they draw, they both qualify. And that if there's a winner, the loser is likely to be passed. Because there are so many people on 5.5. So sometimes at these points, you see very, very quick draws coming in, just making sure that you get into that next stage of the event. For example, Giri and Sadwani have already drawn. I mean, in the time it took to put 2 pawns in the center, they'd already taken a draw. The organizers are always trying to figure out ways to create incentives for you to actually play, right? Because how exciting is it to watch round 9 of an event, and let's say the top 8 boards agree draws in the first minute of the round? Then like what do we sit around talking about as fans, right?
Exactly. We had a lot of debates on that with the last FIDE World Blitz Chess Championship with the knockout, kind of similar format. You got a Swiss day 1, and then day 2 you play knockout, and you need to be in those top 8, I believe. Yeah, but anyway, many more exciting games here. As Hans is playing with white pieces, we might actually look at someone who is actually closer, such as any preference?
Maybe Artemiev against Bortnik, or Yu Yangyi against Mamedov, one of those games, depending whether you want a closed game or an open game.
Artemiev versus Bortnik is a very close game, so it's going to be a slower cook. The other one you said
is more open. It's Yu Yangyi's game, where he is
I want to
white.
see that, because this is like a 9-hour low heat beef.
Yeah. Although Yu Yangyi's queen just got traded, you might not love that. Mamedov just sacrificed his structure to take queens off the board. He was afraid of the opposite side attacking position, right? That Yang Yi was going to launch the pawns towards his king, so he plays queen f6, gives up the structure, gets all doubled up.
Yeah. Well, this one seems a little bit too solid.
For you?
I believe we have time to take a look at our world's favorite villain.
Yeah.
Mr. Niemann.
Recently
here
offered
with white pieces.
Recently offered a wild card into the Paris leg of the Grand Slam freestyle champions, but not world freestyle champions chess tour.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to watch. Indeed, Haas is on his right. He did claim that he's going to become a world champion. He also claimed that he's going to become a streamer champion of 2025.
Right.
So super excited to see him, rooting for his success here. With white pieces. He's got an advantage. Pawn on b4, pawn on c4, pawn on e4. Nice control of the center.
Yeah. And chat gives us an inside scoop that apparently Hans said that he thinks his tiebreaks are really bad in this event, and so he needs to play for a win, that he can't take one of these 5-move draws and cruise into the top 15 despite his 6-point score. So let's see. Lazovic strikes at the light squares where Hans is missing a bishop.
It does make sense to me because remember when we were only starting to watch Hans, he was behind. We actually saw him lose a game, a very terrible game. So yeah, and he's streaming. There you go. So he's sharing his grind. Are we going to see the c5 move after b5? That's the question.
Leaving a pawn, blocking light squares on b5 and looking to break open the dark squares. That's logical from a light dark square perspective here, for sure. Hans, by the way, 0 draws so far this event.
Yeah, and he did
6
win the
wins,
last
2
3
losses.
games. Nice. Bishop e6 has happened after b3.
Trying to hold the light squares. It's gonna be hard to do.
And no longer holding light squares now. How about bishop takes c4?
He's playing knight c6.
My bad.
Yeah.
So then, nice.
Reasonable. So knight d4, what? Queen d7? Or just the bishop drops back? Lazovic admits a small mistake. And the game goes on.
Knight b3. Heading to a5.
Yeah, from which it'll perpetually threaten that weak c6 square. Keep black's bishop passive, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, black's a little cramped up. It's hard to come up with a lot of ideas to improve black's position, isn't it?
Yeah, they are so... It reminds me of a Philidor, you know? You build your setup and then you just wait.
Lazovic chooses to give up the bishop pair. I presume he's going to trade that knight in the next move.
He doesn't want that knight a5 annoying and blockading. Well, he's still thinking. He's got a choice. He doesn't have to rush.
Right, but I mean, bishop a4, is he just going to go back to d7 again? Yeah.
And takes and c5 right away just happened on the board.
Okay. That surprises me a little bit. I find it pleasant for white now. The choice between b5 or just letting these pawns trade. I'd like my knight on g3 to get over to the queen side since that area is open. So knight e2 to c3 would make me very happy.
Right. Up taking on b4. And then...
Yeah, I think the knight's going to go to d7 next for Lazovic, opening up the bishop on g7 and just looking to find some hops. I mean, the knight's not going anywhere at f6 right now, so it should head somewhere else.
Yeah, knight d7 is definitely a very logical continuation here.
And I hadn't even calculated queen d6, but now I have queen d6, you trade, and then you've got a retreating move to win, bishop f8.
Ooh, and those rooks would be lined up for some snack from the black side. Definitely should not be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I would really be looking for something dynamic for Denis because long-term, the A pawn and the D pawn are two weaknesses, and you've got less space. White's got a nice pawn structure on light squares. So, you know, when I feel like I'm worse long-term, I look harder for, you know, just ways to mix things up.
Makes total sense.
He's having himself a long
time. Huh? Yeah, I almost want to jump to another game.
Maybe he's looking at the move d5, Dina. Maybe that's why he's thinking so long.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. Because cd5, knight d5, and the bishop on e3.
Whoa. That's a beautiful sequence. And if you take with a queen, then you cannot because you're going to lose the queen or the rook of your choice.
Yeah. So that must be why he's stopping and thinking for a while, because it's a big opportunity to try d5 and he doesn't do it.
Yep. He didn't like it. He goes for rook c8, putting the rook on the open file.
I wonder what exactly was wrong there, because we didn't notice something wrong with it, but clearly he calculated it for a while and said no. So now Hans focuses on the weaknesses.
Rook b6. Now rook takes c4. Most likely queen d6 or rook d6. Or I don't know if rook a6 is... No, probably not, because Hans needs to play for a win. He mentioned it himself on his stream.
And rook a6 probably allows d5, right? So he's probably got to take the d pawn first and hope that the a pawn is still weak afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, we get queen d6.
a5.
a5 runs.
Rook a6, maybe? Stopping the pawn, this is an important tip. Sometimes people are asking me how to play the rook endgames. Well, you gotta know whenever there are passed pawns, you always want to put the rook, keep the rook behind the passed pawn.
Yeah, probably a4 will come in. We have another quick draw for those just wondering who's going to make it or not. Vachier-Lagrave and Wei Yi drew on the second board, so Wei Yi is definitely in. And whether or not Wei Yi gets first place is going to depend on Duda and others. And Vachier-Lagrave probably in. Pretty decent tie breaks, 6.5 points. You know, probably. Bird's eye view suggests that Duda's position is kind of crazy. Like, there's a queen on f5, bishop on g4 trying to trap it, knight on g5 that he's been offering as a sack. So he's playing a wilder style here than a lot of the other top boards.
And now queen to b1 apparently is not the best move.
Okay, so HG, you just always have to check if that's sound. HG. And then if the knight moves, you want to play queen h7 mate. And if the knight goes to h5,
You want to play f3
You wanna
maybe and
play
and take
F3?
yeah.
Yeah.
So then you cannot take. Usually you can never take, but always double check just in case.
You have to double check because it's really messy. I mean, even in that line after f3, in a longer time control game, you'd keep calculating f3, e4, blocking the queen on b1, threatening queen g3 check. And like, you know, these guys would go deep on something like that. They wouldn't, at their level, they don't assume that they can't take on g5. They're checking you every move.
Yeah, Duda is so focused. He doesn't like his position, which is understandable because he doesn't have anything concrete and his king is not castled.
Yeah.
And you know where I stand on non-castled kings?
Yeah.
I usually take those people straight into the school.
Straight into the school. Oh, he's played a weird move.
Ooh.
He's trying to get to g2 to connect the rooks. He's
But
saying
isn't that just the blunder of a bishop?
No, he's saying he's got queen h7 mate if you take the bishop.
Oh,
So he's
I'm so
just
sorry.
leaving it hanging out there.
Why is computer so excited about rook d5? Rook takes d5? Oh, and queen c6.
Queen c6 is evil. Oh, I don't know if
Oh,
Dimitri's gonna find that.
He did find that.
Oh no, he's toppled the leader. He's gonna switch spots with him.
But what about e4?
E4, he can probably play hg because your queen can't get to h7 anymore.
Exactly. And after h takes g5?
At least you probably can't play knight d5. Maybe you can though. Knight d5, ed, queen c4 check, trying to take everything.
Or queen g6, as a matter of fact.
Or yeah, simple. Oh my god. So he could take it.
Happened.
He will take it. The question is after. Yeah, he's got to prepare
Look
his
at
next move
Duda.
before he plays hg.
Ooh, look at Duda. He's not happy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's rough.
He was leading the whole sequence.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully he's still gonna make it to the first 15 without any doubt.
Yeah.
He's gotta have the best tie of
He's
all
got to
of
have the
them.
best tie breaks. He'll be in the top 15, but he is going to have to play another 2-game match if he wants to make it to tomorrow, right? He's been knocked off the top spot.
Yeah, it looks like Wei is gonna get that. Oh no, but Andrekin's gonna win. He also is gonna have 7 out of 9, but the Wei must have a better tiebreak.
One would suspect that, yeah.
Knight takes d5. Let me update you on the moves. E takes queen c4, king g1, h takes g5, h takes g5, and
E4.
black does not fall for the mate in one.
Yeah. Oh, and I mean, he's down a piece and it's going to be ugly in a moment. You know, bishop coming to f3.
Oh, well, what can I say? Always castle.
Yeah. You can't. Yeah, he was trying something really fancy with that knight g5.
Ooh, f4, look at this. Offering the en passant! Which would
if en
result in a
passant were
disastrous...
forced, like capturing in checkers, right? Then this would be like a forced win or something, f4.
Exactly, but this ain't no checkers.
Nope.
This is chess.
Yeah, and the bishop has a pretty good move to d8 here, I think, followed by bishop b6.
Duda is a fighter. He doesn't resign. He
Right.
continues to hold to stay in the game.
Yes.
But unfortunately, his opponent's got almost 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, his handle is Polish fighter, has been for a long time, but this position
really?
is grim.
Ew. Ew. This is nasty.
Yeah. Yeah. Lu Shanglei has just beaten Nihal, so that's definitely a spot for the Chinese Grandmaster in the top 15.
Yes, speaking of the last games, let us move on to maybe Hans Niemann versus Dennis. We've been looking at this game for a while now.
Yeah.
It seems like Hans is
Drop
now... Let me update the game, actually.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, you can show us how they played from the position that we'd last seen.
Oh, my bad. This is the current situation, and it looks like it's gonna be a draw. It just doesn't have enough pieces unless... Yeah, no, this is gonna be a draw. I'm so sorry. We gotta move on.
Okay.
Vladislav Artemiev
Yeah.
here
Artemiev
versus
here.
Alexander Bortnik.
Black is up a piece for a moment. It gets captured. White's got a million hanging pawns, but a pretty decent chance of checkmating that black king with something like, rook f7, king c6, queen a8 is kind of a primary threat.
Looks like completely winning. Shall we move on? Alexander Grishuk, I know, is fighting for a qualification, and he's playing versus Sanat Sugirov.
Sacrificed a piece. He's got 3-ish pawns for it, depending how many c-pawns you count for black. And he's looking to also press black's king with f5 and then g5. I think he hasn't played g5 previously because he didn't want black to play f5, offering a queen trade and keeping the g file closed. So he's looking to play f5, kick the queen, and then g5. Sugirov prepares rook h7 at some point here.
Queen a2 is
Queen a2.
Losing because
who knows why. White goes g5, the sort of obvious-ish move, and black just gives a rook.
But there is g takes f6.
Yeah.
It's a blunder. Queen h7. Oh my god.
Rook g2, that's beautiful. If rook h2 wins the queen, so the queen has to back off here, but still she can go to f7. Oh, and then white can play rook e to g1, and you cannot capture on h2 anymore.
Oh my god.
That's
Alexander
incredible.
Grishuk is about to join the leaders.
That's a fun
and fight
situation
for
for white.
qualification.
Like the queen that's dead but can't be taken.
This whole idea that black has created out of nothing, this was a completely winning position for black had they played simple queen d6, but instead they're going for this very fancy idea that absolutely does not work. Queen a2, and they immediately sacrifice, but they completely forget that here after rook h7, white has one move, which is g takes f6 check.
Yeah.
Discover check. King has to move to h8, but now, even though you think black is winning a queen, they are not, because if you do so, you're gonna get checkmate.
I think black might even have seen g takes f check, but missed like rook g2 as that follow-up, preventing you from capturing the queen.
Potentially.
10 seconds left for Sugirov, so he can't finish the game one way or another at this point. Throws in the towel, and that sends Grishuk into the top 15 as well. Who is still playing among the top players? There's Yu Yangyi and Mamedov still playing. Niemann and Lazovic have drawn, so it'll be a question of their tie breaks.
We have, Yu Yangyi and Mamedov. Let's take a look at this game. Oh, actually, what are we looking at?
Extra queen? What is...
yeah. Okay, GG's. And the last game that is going on?
Aravind Chittambaram.
All right.
Against Volkodov. These players were both in the running here.
Oh my god. 15 seconds versus 8 seconds on the clock. Who's gonna be faster? Make those moves.
We don't even need to say
Black
anything
is playing
about who
too
has
slow.
an extra exchange or anything. It's just going to be who smashes out the moves quickly enough.
Black is playing too slow. No chance they're gonna get flagged. No move!
All right. Ooh!
Checkmate?
Manages to set up a checkmate. One move before his opponent flags. Wins both ways at once. And Chittambaram may have just jumped up into the qualification spots. He was a half a point behind Volkodov going into that round. He's sort of been clawing his way up. I don't think his tie breaks are amazing, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, what a thrilling end of the Swiss portion. Now, David, we are gonna be able to take a look at the standings in a moment and see who is actually making it to the qualifier.
All right. Andreykin seems to have earned a big prize with the first player to defeat Duda today, right? And with that rook takes d5, queen c6 tactic, punishing the uncastled king. he gets first place on tiebreak above one of the players who led all event, Wei Yi. In fact, ahead of 3 Chinese players tied for first place with him. Wow, China showed up today in this event. Oh, I'm hearing the standings are not correct. So anything I say, it may not be true, folks. Either way.
Do not listen yet, but we are gonna have the standings very shortly. But yeah, absolutely, Dmitry Andreykin must have qualified to the next stage. Yeah. But it's not over, because we are now gonna see a playoff with 2 games for each matchup. Out of 14 players, we're gonna have only 7 who's gonna make it to the next stage.
So some interesting picks coming up here. Let's explain how this works, folks. First of all, the first player in this event, when we sort out the tie breaks among the 4 players on 7, the first player is not going to have to play. They're going to go ahead to tomorrow. And I believe, Dina, they even get to pick who they play in the first round tomorrow. So,
oh yeah.
So like some big prize for being first place here. Then among the 14 who are remaining, what's going to happen is seed number 2 is going to pick which of the other players they want to play against in the 2-game match today. Then seed number 3 picks who they want to play against in today's 2-game match, etc. on down the line to number 8. Something that we saw just now at the freestyle Grand Slam in Weissenhaus, right? Where Vincent was first picked instantly by Firouzja,
which was a very bad pick, by the way.
Which didn't work out. I think everybody was on the same page. They're all like, "I would pick Vincent. I would pick Vincent." He just killed them all. But we're gonna have that
Fabi
same dynamic.
Pick Gukesh, but yeah,
you might have.
That was fun.
So we'll have that same dynamic here today. We'll be seeing people picking their opponents. So it's going to be a little bit before we find out the pairings. But we're going to have these 2-game matches. Again, 10+0 time control. And I think it's going to be a fun little dimension, Dina, to see who gets like first picked or second picked, what they're saying about who, like, it definitely engendered some drama in Weissenhaus. And here you've got, twice as many people making picks. So there's more room for drama.
Yeah. No, I'm super excited. Right now, the only thing that I want to know most is if my hero Hans Niemann made it to the cut. And that's something that's we're going to be finding out very soon.
Yeah,
I believe he's
shouting in the chat, asking himself whether or not he's it. There's different rankings being shown in different places, and we don't quite know at the moment. So we're going to have to actually cruelly leave Hans and all fans in suspense and give a moment for the standings to shake out and the tie breaks and all that, and let you all know about a little development here with Titled Tuesday.
Our favorite event, Titled Tuesday.
Yeah. It's just gotten doubly exciting with more and more titled players joining the likes of Hikaru, Magnus, and Jose Martinez in the weekly Blitz tournament. We've decided to double the prize pot for the first Titled Tuesday that reaches 1,000 players. They've been as high as 990, I think, Dina. So,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the players who finish in the top 30 will earn a cash prize. Will that happen tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. Use !2x in chat or visit go.chess.com/double for all the details, and don't go anywhere, because we will have an interview with the winner of the Swiss live on stream in a moment, which means we'll also find out who that winner is, right?
So exciting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right there.
The Esports World Cup is the place where the best gamers across all disciplines have the chance to come together. If you look at the history of games, the oldest, most important game of all time was still missing. The addition of chess is a super important step to have all the best games in the Esports World Cup.
I think chess is perfectly suited for this format. I love having a bit of a hybrid of over-the-board live events with computers and a live audience. It is purely a skill-based game where you can test yourself against your opponent. There are no excuses if you win or lose. You will see in faster games there will be a lot of swings, fast-paced actions. So I'm really excited for us to be part of it this year. Hopefully it's the start of something big.
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the Chessable Masters. We apologize for the delay and interruption in getting the standings correct, but, you know, Dina was in the back sabotaging them and changing the standings to her preferred standings. And so it took a minute to sort it all out. But
I tried
now,
so hard, David, but yet I couldn't make Hans make it to the qualifier. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they caught you hacking. And so tell us, Dina, who did win this event in the end?
So the winner of today's qualifier Swiss was Wei, and he's gonna be choosing his opponent for tomorrow. But Yu Yangi on the second spot, Dmitry Andreiki and Lu Shanglei, all of these players are finishing with a 7, splitting first to fourth, but only Yu, Dmitry, and Lu are gonna be... I'm gonna have to play another match alongside with other players starting from Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Raunak Sandwani, Denis Lazovic, Anish Giri, Vladislav Artemiev, Sam Sevian, Noterbek Yakuboev, Arvind
Chidambaram.
Thank you. Alexander Grishuk and Andrei Yesipenko. All these 15 players are making it to the cuts, and we are gonna see the second to 15 spots on your screens competing in the next stage after this very quick break. Oh.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, all the angry fans in chat. And we are continuing to follow the Chessable Masters here. The 9-round Swiss is done. The winner was Wei Yi, and he got to choose who he wanted to face in tomorrow's playoffs. And so Dina, he could choose between Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So, and who did he choose?
He actually chose Praggnanandhaa, and if I were Praggnanandhaa, I would get offended, because that means this is who Wang Yi is considering the outsider, underdog.
Yeah. Or it could be a good sign, since the last person to get picked first in an event famously was Vincent Keimer. So you could say, hey, I've got my ticket, I'm about to win this event.
Yeah, it depends how you look at it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to pick one of those 8 people, it's a tough choice.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. I recall Fabiano choosing Gukesh once in that famous event that just finished. But yeah. That's gonna be interesting.
All right, so Wei Yi, we will see tomorrow. He was near the top of the standings, tied with Duda for a while today. He finishes deservedly in first place, I would say. Now let's turn our attention to the 14 players who still have a match to play to qualify for tomorrow. These are going to be 2-game matches. You got to win this match to make it to tomorrow. The first player to choose was Yu Yang. He finished in second on tiebreaks, and he chose Noturbek Yakubayev of Uzbekistan as his opponent. Then we had Dmitry Andreikin choosing next, and he chose Andrei Esipenko as his opponent.
Interesting choice. And then we had who was it first?
Lu Shanlei would have been the next pick.
By Anish Giri.
Yeah. Picks Anish Giri.
And then Maxime Vachier. Who picked, go ahead, David.
All right, I'll go ahead. Jan Christoph Duda picked Chitambaram Aravind. Raunak Sadhwani chose Alexander Grishuk, and Denis Lazovic chose Vladislav Artemyev. Well, he didn't really choose him. He had no choice by that point. He was the last of the top half of the winners.
Yep.
So.
And these are our matchups, and the games are gonna be starting soon. That's very interesting. So overall, we got 7 games going at the same time. Oh, I see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game already started, and so did everybody else game. All right, well, David, you are picking what we're gonna be looking at first.
Yeah, so we've got the same 10+0 that we've had up to this point. I'd like to see Yu Yang, who picked Yakubayev as his opponent. They're in a sense up on the top board right now, and we're getting an advanced Caro Kann. I guess Black's queen is heading to a6 quickly.
That's my favorite line. I just played it in my latest game over the board a week ago.
Nice. How did that go for you?
Not great, but the opening was amazing. Opening was, I had a clear advantage. So this position here, we are looking from the bird's eye view still for everybody watching. This is a game in the color of red.
Yeah, each board has its own color. That's nice. So if we don't see the players' names, we can just say, hey, on the purple board, Andreikin has symmetry, and here we bring up Yu Yang and Noturbek Yakubayev.
Correct.
With the black
and
pieces.
This is the Caro Kann. Noturbek is having his queen on a6. I love this queen because he has this very nice threat to c4, It kind of controls this diagonal and compensates the fact that the trade of light-squared bishops was in fact in black's favor. Now the plan for white though is going to be to push all these pawns and smash black on the queen side by preparing b5.
Yeah, I think white definitely wants to avoid the queen trade, right, Dina? Like from your perspective, from the black side, you're looking forward to the queen trade, so white's going to want to keep c4 well defended and not make that queen trade and hope that ultimately black's queen is sort of stuck over on a6 a little bit.
Yep. Well, a4, you see, following the idea of controlling the b5, kind of. And probably white is better, for sure, even. So it's one of those things that white is trying to prove to the world that Caro-Kann doesn't equalize.
Right. Yeah, very important debate. And bishop to b4, looking to maybe put some pressure on the c4 pawn, right? By having the option of trading the knight. And very nice move from Yu Yangyi, actually. Looking at all those juicy dark squares, I feel like black's going to be obliged to trade the bishops here.
Yeah. And after trading the bishops, the more pieces you trade with black squares, the more kind of air you have for black, because they are the ones kind of a little bit more passive. So whenever you're passive, whenever you have less space, you can see clearly this pawn on e5 is getting space. So you do want to trade pieces.
Yeah. I'm analyzing a long variation that doesn't quite work for black, which is to trade on a3 and break with the b5 move anyway, because of the rook on a3 being undefended.
Ooh, you're going for some sharp and concrete lines, but how about c takes, c takes, and then the queen takes?
Exactly. I'm trying to trade everything off. My idea was to lose a pawn trading queens on b5 and quickly play king e7, rook b8. But unfortunately, white's rooks double on the a file too fast, and they take the a pawn, and it's real suffering for black still.
Yeah, and this didn't happen in the game. Instead, black played queen a5, trying to blockade the queen. Queen b4, trying to blockade the queen to kind of block white's pawn push.
Yeah,
like that. A little bit artificial because queen is known not to be a great blockader.
Yeah,
and after a5,
plays a great move, I think, with a5. Huh? He's greedy for that space, and I guess he's going to go rook a4, kick the queen out, and then play c5. I hesitated for a moment because you could play c5 trying to trap the queen, but I guess she'll go to b5 and just trade herself.
Well, c5 though, if you suggest it that way, let's take a look at the analysis board. Attack and go c5. How are you going to push forward after, like, I just play a6? Computer says I can take the h4, but I mean, let's talk strategy here, right?
Wow, yeah.
Let's we just take this one. I don't think c5 is strategically correct.
Okay.
Because you kind of just want to make sure that you keep this. Maybe one day you want to do b4, or maybe you want to do a6, or maybe you want to take if you have the c file. But yeah, there's going to be an interesting to see.
Okay, so even though things are going white's way, it's not so simple to play from here. Like, there's not an obvious plan. Pushing a6 immediately, black can play b6. It doesn't hurt them yet. Pushing c5, Dina says, let's black play a6 and just keep the queen side completely closed. So white is still going to need to come up with something pretty clever here. And for now, the clocks are about even.
Yep. Well, that leaves us with a little bit of time to take a look at the bird's eye view and see how other games are going.
Yeah.
All of them are extremely important, so we're just gonna try to cover maximum. David, where shall we go next?
Let's see.
Well, Duda had a tough tournament, so in terms of he was completely leading.
Well, he's just played a wild move with e5, Dina.
Let's
Attacking
go there.
the rook on g6, exploding the entire position. It looks like it started out as maybe a locked up kind of Nimzo, but but now he's just exploding it with this e5 move. And I feel like Chitambaram's going to be forced to sacrifice an exchange.
But as a matter of fact, computer doesn't like that. Did you see? The evil bar just went all the way straight down, saying exchange has no importance here.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah,
look
I
at
definitely
Duda.
yelled at him for that.
Oh, did you see his face reaction? He just realized what he's done.
Just realized what? I mean, he played e5, winning an exchange. Black gave him the exchange. What's the surprise here?
The surprise is that this exchange has no value.
I mean, Black's going to play knight c4, and then the d pawn's going to be in bad shape.
Oh my goodness!
Looks like you kind of, I don't know, you what was he planning was going to happen here?
Yeah, and now queen f6. It looks like Duda is somewhat in a tilt mode, and he needs to wake up and smell the roses, because this is the last chance for him to forget about the past and move on and fight as if this was a new tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Cheetah looks like he's fighting, and Duda looks like he's just sort of like staring at a mess and, you know, thinking about it emotionally.
Yeah. So now queen f7, queen f6 happened, and king d7. Let me show you the update.
King d7 was played?
Yeah.
That's a crazy choice. I mean, I guess, wow.
The craziest thing is that was a computer suggestion, and Black found it.
What?
Yeah, and look at this position, David. How many pawns does Black have for exchange?
I guess 2?
Way too many, because these are like just going forward. Oh no, I have a PTSD from my game where I thought I had an exchange, but my opponent had 2 pawns, and then it just got completely wrong, and I was destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, 2 pawns, you know, would normally be competitive. But here, the first thing to look at is the role of the rooks, right? Are the white rooks doing anything or potentially doing anything, right? Well, very important that white has 0 files, right? Just nowhere to go with the rooks. And then
that's why they played f4, trying to open the files, but it doesn't work that way. Just because you want to open files, they don't get automatically open.
Yeah, okay, well now at least there's a file open on the D file. Can white try and get some rooks off the board? Yes, at the cost of the A pawn.
Yeah, but that's too much. Although there is rook a1 then. So maybe then rook knight b5 and c4.
Knight b5,
so maybe
c4.
Black is thinking here after rook fd1.
Keeps the rooks on the board. Evil. I mean, good technique.
Yeah. Bishop d5, I agree. a4, very painful. Black has absolutely no counterplay. So Duda just threw the game with that e5.
And Black advances. They want to take more space with potentially f4, g5, e3. And yeah, if you're strong enough in the center, white's knight and king are going to struggle for squares.
King e5 happened. Well, David, I suggest it's time for us to switch to another game. And let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because this one has no hope.
Okay. Okay, we've got one game that ended. Vachier and Sevian drew rather quickly their game.
Right.
You know, we're only about halfway into the 20 minutes the round could take. What other games have opened up? There's a king in check on Lazovic's board with Artemiev.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's take a look at that one.
Uncastled kings always tend to lead to quicker games.
Yep. Queen h4, g3. The evil is going down right when we are jumping into this game. It looks like white forgot what they were supposed to do by their birth, which is to castle.
Yeah, I mean, if the king were on g1, it would be a somewhat normal position where white would have the hanging pawns. c4 would be under some pressure, but you'd have this dark squared bishop, right? And you'd have ideas of playing d5, bishop takes f6, and transferring to kingside play. Instead, with white's king in the center, they feel obligated to trade queens. And now in the endgame, those pawns are going to be more weak than they are helpful.
Yeah, these are hanging pawns, and the plan when playing against these pawns is usually to trade, but preferably I would say trade minor pieces so that you can have your rooks attacking the pawns. But in any case, as David mentioned, black is just up a pawn, and that's pretty much the most decisive factor here.
Yeah. Knight e8 to d6 might be the most obvious plan to me here to increase the pressure of all the black pieces. It's only knight f6 that's not attacking anything, right?
Yeah. So we have a continuation, rook c2, knight c6, knight f3.
Feels like black's playing for something else then.
Well, still tricky, still activity, still a pair of bishops for white. So hopefully they get something out of it.
Okay, black aims at the move e5.
An interesting game. How about we leave these two players alone for now?
Okay.
And we take a look at the bird's eye view, see what else we got there. Something a little bit more exciting, something a little bit more spicy, maybe. Any position catching your eye, David?
Well, it looks like Yu Yang Yi has more or less won the game against Yakubayev by getting a pawn to b7 in this Karo Khan. That's going to ensure that the white rook can come to c7, and that black's pieces won't be able to challenge that b pawn, really.
How about that Andreikin versus Yesipenko with the queen on b8?
Okay.
Maybe not.
Oh my goodness, Yakubayev has simply resigned there.
Dang.
Yeah.
Duda is still holding?
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Still holding. Nothing dramatic has happened yet to that game. It looks quite tricky. In fact,
well, how about
has he sacked one of his two pawns, Chita?
All right, let's take a look at that game. So Duda versus Cheetah, as you say.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Got only a minute and a half as well, with no increment.
Okay, that's called fighting chess.
Yeah. There goes the knight. Here comes the b pawn. It looks very
he
close.
sacrificed the knight. Ooh, and
the white rook tries to get active. Rook g3, heading to g5 and g6, and ultimately you want your rook behind this b pawn. It's hard to figure out how you're going to get there, right? But nobody wants to sit with the rook on b2 and just say like, okay, this is how I'm going to save the game.
Yeah, the only move right now is bishop c4, but black doesn't find it. And after rook g5,
yeah,
king d6, there was rook d2, but that's a bishop sacrifice.
So after rook d5, b2, rook b5, black could queen, and we'd be back to a rook ending. He takes with the other rook.
Sacrifices the rook, but now white has absolutely no risk.
Yeah, no problem at all. Rook d7, for example.
Isn't that amazing? What a comeback.
Yeah. Well, black's got under a minute. I know we're all excited for white to get a comeback and draw, but black needs to figure out how to make sure not to lose this, right? Which is something like king e2, e3, push the e-pawn and maybe force a repetition from white. He threatens king g3.
Yeah, king h2 has to be played. King g4 now attacking the h4 pawn. Perhaps something like taking on h7.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Very nicely played by Jan Krzysztof Duda. Who would have guessed? We already buried him alive.
Yeah. Oh, man. 30 seconds to hold this. I could see him losing. Like, his last several moves don't quite have a clear...
Yeah, it's a rook ending with an extra pawn. Honestly, we gotta try to outplay. Plus, there is a clear plan. Just bring the king to g8 and promote.
I would have thought the clear plan is just to play 20 moves and have black flag.
Yeah, but one thing is play clear just moves. Another thing is playing moves with a goal.
I would think you would alternate, like play one move with a goal. I mean, I've got no experience with this, but play one move with a goal, then play like rook b5 check, rook b6. Then like play another move with a goal, and then...
No, dude, I gotta come up with a plan, because this is also about your honor and your sportsmanship.
Oh, okay.
But look at this one. Isn't that like an easy win? Just bring the king to, like, if I was playing this in classical chess, I would be playing for a win.
You would assume you were winning here?
Yeah. No, this is a completely winning thing. Just because of the time. Oop, just careful.
Black's looking for some kind of counterattack here. Don't play king e1.
Don't play king e1.
Black's maybe threatening a perpetual here with rook a1, rook a2 with just seconds left in the game.
So we're gonna check and play king e1. Oh, but that's a perpet. No, no.
Yeah, looks like Black may have saved this with just seconds on the clock. Wow.
No.
Yeah.
There's gonna be rook e1 somewhere.
But Black has to play king f3, king g3.
Rook f1. Oh. And then rook f1.
Yeah, take the a pawn.
Ay. Oh, it's still winning. Come on.
In what way?
Well, just moving. Rook f4? No. As long as you don't walk. Come on. You're so close. Just give away this pawn. Oh, he's gonna flag.
Yeah.
Dirty young Krzysztof.
Yeah. Sorry.
Nice.
Sorry, Chitambaram, but really, like, that was a game to try to win, right? And I think he used his time thinking that he was going to find a way to win the game, right? And then when it peters out, then you find yourself just running out of time in the end game.
We do still have one more game to go, or actually two more games to go. Let's take a look at Andreikin versus Yesipenko. Those two chose each other, and let's see who had a smarter choice.
Yeah. Okay, so rook and knight versus rook and bishop. I can't even tell what's white doing.
I was just gonna say, looks like Andre isn't playing from some sort of hotel, and then I remembered that he's playing a match with Richard Report.
Ah. So he can win this a pawn by force. Black is not trying to defend it. They're just trying to set up a drawing structure on the king side where white won't have any pawn breaks. So we should just look at the clock to figure out who's going to win or lose this game.
Yeah.
15 extra seconds.
You know where I stand when you're playing with a knight. You kind of want to go for a win. Oh, sorry, because you have you can jump. But g6 doesn't hurt. Come on. Knight to g3. Who's playing for a H pawn is falling. Uh-oh. Quick. Come on. Make a move. Fast.
Well, Black has no time. They're not going... I mean, Black has less time. Andreikin has plenty of experience online. Even if he's not a little kid, he will be the flagger in chief this round.
Well, this is also about your mouse technique. Trust me.
I trust you.
Come on. 8 seconds. Come on, you can do it. Ew. 5 seconds. Stalemate. Do something. Oh my god, the knife falls.
Well-timed f4.
Nah.
And Andreikin nodding like, yep, that's how it was going to go. That's how it was going to go.
It's okay. Dmitry took Andre to school.
Yeah. Andre looked a little deflated at the end of that game. He's going to have to get his mojo back in about 2 minutes, because he's got a second game. It's a must-win situation. You can't resign with 3 seconds on the clock, says Dina. You also can't resign just because you're down 1 game in a 2-game match.
Correct.
Yeah. Pull yourself together. Enjoy the white pieces. That guy picked you. He picked you. Just think of it. He picked you. Show him that he was wrong to pick you.
We do have the results that we can take a look look overall of this chaos, if it takes us through the
Yeah, so Yu Yang Yi won that Karo advance against Yakuboyev. We just saw Andreikin winning with white against Esipenko. There was a draw between Giri and Liu Shanglei, and between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Sam Sevian, there was a draw. So Anish and Sevian have like a little initiative maybe with the white pieces in the second game. And Chitambaram flagged in a drawn rook endgame by Jean-Christophe Duda. Gonna have to make a comeback there. And Grishuk will have the white pieces against Raunak Sadwani down a point. And Lazovic in the toughest situation of all, losing with white. Now he's got to play black against Artemiev. That is a tall order for him.
Right.
Yeah. So, those games are coming up in a minute. There's no real time here given to the players to refocus. They just got to rely on their professional skills, their experience in the past. You know, some of these people have more or less experience in knockout matches, 2-game matches, online events, esports, etc. So we'll see who's got what it takes to make a comeback. Hopefully one of the people who's down a game will win a game in the second round to show us that typical resilience and grit of the Grand Masters. Dina, how's the internet feeling right now?
It is feeling somewhat good. I am
right.
getting back, I believe. Yeah, super excited. Let's see who has to. So yeah, you actually already mentioned it, but I'm curious who's gonna be having to be in a must-win situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to ask you this question this way, and you can turn it back on me as well. Is there anybody who lost in the first round who you feel has like the best chance to turn it around, right? Any one of the players who just lost, like Yakuboyev, Esipenko, Chitambaram, and Lazovic. Is there any one of those players who you think really has it in them to turn it around and bring a comeback?
Yeah, I would somewhat believe that Yesipenko should absolutely be striking back, but also I don't know how much Duda has gotten back to his beast mode, because he's still under emotion, I believe. But in any way, here we have David, maybe you pick which is the game that you would prefer us to go to.
To me, Esipenko looked a little deflated. So my pick for the comeback is going to be one of the maybe less likely picks. It's going to be Lazovic with the black pieces.
Oh,
He's got a lot of experience in these kind of events. You know, he made it to the finals of the Champions Chess Tour last year. He was one of the top players all season long. So I could believe that Denis Lazovic will show us another spark of brilliance. I definitely think he's got the toughness. I don't think he gets rocked too much by losing a game in one of these short matches.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting game. We actually didn't see that much of their first game between Vladislav and Denis, so it's about time we actually give attention to these two gentlemen. Always love all the cups and medals on Denis' background.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have a sort of whoa. I was just gonna say,
wow.
d4, knight f6, knight f3, b6, c4, bishop b7, knight c2, e6, queen's Indian.
Yep.
A3,
we were in something
g6.
pretty standard here. I think a3 against the queen's Indian there is like a Petrosian variation. Normally black plays d5, you know, and you get very Queen's Gambit style structures. And instead he goes for the double fianchetto. I don't even know what to call it, right? Between a Queen's Indian or a King's Indian. It's kind of both at once. And continues to mix things up with g5.
Yeah, why would they do it? But okay, I've been told once by Grandmaster that whenever you have your bishop on g7, if you don't get a bishop, you're never gonna get checkmated.
So you can push those pawns there.
So if you get queen h7, you'll just go king f8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he might be thinking of playing f5 this game as well.
Yeah.
I think he's
nice.
looking to grab a lot of space on the king side, and there's always this kind of balance between how much space do you have on the side of the board with your king, because then you can put pieces there, and how much pawn cover you have, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes a compact, clean pawn structure, but not enough pieces can get there. Other times you push pawns and you make space, you bring a lot of pieces there. And it depends, it can be a tough call.
Yeah. And now after knight takes g3, pawn takes g3, we got this still closed position. Black has 2 bishops. The idea is, as David mentioned, to push f pawn. I do prefer black here. Somehow, you know, if you have so much room for maneuvering, white has to figure out what they're going to do with the center. Because it's not like they're going to play e4. Oh, bishop f3 just happened, and now c6. Is that preparing d5, David?
Potentially. For the moment, it's just avoiding that light squared bishop trade, right? White wants to break up the bishop pair, trade black's light squared bishop, play 1 or more pawn breaks in the center with d5 or e4, and then set up a great square for a knight. And Lazovic is carefully trying to defend his light squares, so he may follow up with d5, or he may keep that flexible pawn structure and grab as much space as he can on the king side.
Yeah, and that's going to be very interesting to see. It's something to consider could be g4, an interesting move kind of to break through the this beautiful wall of pawns by black.
Yeah, I think both players can be considering g4 here. You know, if black got another move, maybe they could play g4, bishop e2, c5, and reopen that bishop and not take a stone wall. Or h5, h4, and just poke at white's king. And say, like, I'm not even fiddling with my pieces.
Yeah, no, that would be amazing. G4.
So you're right, we get g4 from Artemiev.
Yes, he heard us.
Staking out the light squares. Now, let's say black pushes past with f4. I suppose he would have just left the pawn tension then. Oh, and now he's upping it. Upping it.
Yep, and that's a knight f6. Now d5. Here we go. Completely changing the flow of the game. The pawn structure is going to be very, very different from now on. What is black going to do? Is it going to be f takes g4? Is it going to be c takes d5? E takes d5? So many takes and takes and takes in the air.
Yeah, and I haven't found anything clear just yet. I was looking at an idea for black where you play c takes d, and then fg4. And the idea is to try and force a piece trade on g4 and have time for bishop takes c3 and bishop d5.
Ooh, I see your nasty idea.
Right.
There is queen e6 check.
But it was refuted, and now I've given away my dark squared bishop, weakening my king, and I didn't even get to break through the center with my other bishop. So
yeah,
it would be miserable.
F takes g4 did happen on the board. Bishop takes, e takes d5, c takes d5, and now c5.
Oof. Just conceding white the light squares with bishop e6 and then e4 and so forth.
What? Why would they do that?
Yeah, and you know, knight d to e4 might be even better than pawn e4, Dina, because if we can trade that great knight on f6, it'll weaken black's light squares more.
I love that.
Oh, yeah.
But it was e4 in the game, which is actually much worse because now, apparently, black has enough time to stabilize their position by bringing the knight to e5, another outpost.
Mm-hmm.
That's so interesting. Isn't that knight e4, knight d7 would have been met by f4 ideas in the air?
Maybe knight d6 could even just be played headed to f7 or f5. Wow, so now we're like really in a Benoni situation, right? Now that c5 and d5 are locked into this structure.
Nothing is clear yet, but we are being told that apparently Grishuk is having a winning situation as we speak against his opponent. Let's take a look at that game.
Okay. So he's Whoops.
Yeah, I'm bringing it. I'm bringing it. I'll be right with you.
But we'll just introduce it that Grishuk, I think, lost in the first round against Raunak Sadwani. So he's got the white pieces, and he needs to create some fun here just to force a second game. And what's going on? The black king position's starting to fall apart. And if he takes on g6, black can't even trade queens because of pawn takes bishop check. So he can do a little of whatever he wants here. FG or queen b3 first, and then FG.
There's only one move, David, and that's the one that you are secretly showing us.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Queen b3 is the only move?
Uh-huh.
What's wrong with f takes g6?
There is a bishop c4.
Bishop c4, allowing queen h5, and then you just take on f1.
And you say there is no mate because queen is protecting h7. That's why.
That's somewhat surprising.
I understand.
I didn't think that black could let white play queen h5.
Yeah. It did look scary, I agree.
Okay, so Grishuk is thinking pretty heavily. He's falling, 2.5 minutes behind on the clock here.
I almost want to say to the producer of our show, when they say winning, is that what they mean?
Oh.
96, and he doesn't find that!
The producer just said it was fun, not necessarily winning.
Oh.
96. I like how intent Grishuk looks. He looks like he's really interested in what he's doing.
He is. Well, he loves chess. It's been a part of his life. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, queen e7 only move.
This looks very logical from Grishuk. You would think that the pawn on e6 would be pretty strong in this position.
Yeah, and you also would think that the opposite colored bishops, the plan is to attack, so white got everything.
Yeah, and here you've got several promising moves again. Queen g3 looking at g6 and c7. Queen b3 just looking to take b7 and then, c6 or c7. Why on earth would this be equal? I would really think I had the advantage if I were playing this game.
Maybe, David, we should make a count to 6. And if we do a count to 6, we realize that white has only 5 pawns.
Okay, so my problem is I'm down a pawn.
Exactly. But interesting thing is that, wait, what did I say opposite colored bishops? I'm out of my mind. The bishops are same color.
Same colored bishops, yeah.
So rook f6 now is the only move for black, but it walks right into the pin.
Mm-hmm.
And how is that a draw?
Bishop g5.
Rook takes
f1,
rook.
Rook f1.
And rook f8.
Oh, that's a hard move to find.
Molly.
Oh, it's hard to play rook f6 if you have to see that.
Whoa. And now black has to find it.
And what's so wrong with king h7, which would be maybe the first human instinct before you put all your heavy pieces on the same colored bishop's diagonal?
There might be a thing with the c7 pawn that is being attacked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my plan with queen g3, was to try and take the c7 pawn.
Yeah, well spotted.
Key moment for Raunak. He only needs a draw to win this match. He's got plenty of time on the clock, so he's spending some of it. I think that's one of the points of having time, is to spend it at moments where you have a tough decision.
Correct. Just don't spend too much, because you know what happens then.
Yeah.
You get flagged in the rook versus rook endgame.
Yeah. You can still flag someone with king and rook against king and rook, huh? It doesn't stop you, because there are no pawns?
Yeah, well, that's what boys do these days.
Okay. Good to know. So he goes bishop g7. I guess the concept is against queen g6. He wants to go rook f6, rook e6. But, I mean, it's definitely giving the h-pawn. Definitely there's a risk factor to it. But he must not have seen that rook f6, rook f8 line. And so...
Which is understandable. Yeah, queen g6 did happen. Now rook f6, and we expect queen h5. next in any moment.
Yeah. So he's going to have to defend that king without any pawn cover for another 10, 20 moves and 5 minutes.
Up, we got the moves. I'm refreshing. It's queen h5. Rook takes e6. Rook takes e6. Queen takes e6. Whoa, 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 whoa. Something was off there.
Bishop c7. So
Rook
now
takes
White's
x6 was a miss. I'm sorry, David. I just want to highlight that bishop g3 would have kept the advantage, but unfortunately this is just not enough.
That's surprising. So
You don't have enough attack, and your
there's
rook
not
is
enough
getting
attack.
passive.
He cleans up the queen side with tempo there.
Wow.
And now maybe rook f8.
Yes.
Giving you the option of, rook f1 and simplifying the game further.
Good call.
And White stops rook f1, but I guess allows queen a2 as the cost. So
Queen a2 just happened. h3.
So Black's sitting pretty comfortably now. White's pieces are not really coordinated. And there's still 2 extra minutes, 2.5 for Black.
Queen f7,
doing
rook
pretty
e1. But now Black is playing for a win because they got A, extra pawn, and B, a passed pawn. That is about to promote.
Rook goes behind it. Interesting. So now White's going to have a chance to get rook e7 or something like that and try and take a shot at Black's king.
Queen d6 or something like that, preparing.
Exactly. But you got to do it soon because, a5, a4, a3 is kind of putting a time limit on the game.
Rook e4 is a very interesting move because it stops a4 and it also prepares the attack.
Right, maybe rook g4 instead of the rook e7 I was thinking of.
A4?
Plays a4 anyway.
Rook g4, you're right. Preparing bishop e5.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So a3, bishop e5 does not look great.
Nope.
King f8, rook f4, I'm not a fan either. Maybe the queen should cover the e5 square here?
Computer says queen f6.
Yeah.
Stopping bishop e5.
Yeah, taking the key diagonal. Because bishop e5 is such a huge move,
Oh.
Gives the check and
Whoa,
repeats.
something's wrong here. Everybody just slow down. Breathe.
Black would be happy to take the draw.
Rook h4, king g8. You should not repeat. Instead, you should prepare activating your queen, such as queen c2 or queen d3. And you're gonna threaten
d3,
the checkmate.
Queen c2 played with the king on h8 instead of on g8. So similar concept. White's threatening rook h4, queen h7. Very similar concept.
But now Black has a defense if they find it by playing rook a5 with the idea of blocking the check on h5, transferring the rook from one side to another. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be incredible once Black finds it.
Yeah, something which Black would not have if rook h4, king g8 were already played.
Bishop
Instead,
f5, queen f5.
Bishop e5, queen f5, taking the 5th rank, preparing bishop e5, and getting another red X annotation from the rude computer.
Oh my goodness.
This move looks pretty good. It threatens bishop e5, it threatens rook g6, it makes Raunak shake his head.
Rook f8 is a mistake because of bishop e5, which happened right away.
Oh yeah, and then there's queen h5 checkmate if you trade, so he's still tied up here, and he's just shaking his head. He's like, what could I do? I couldn't find anything. What do you want from me?
This is a loss. I have to show it to everybody.
Yeah.
Queen f6 and queen h5 checkmate in one. Well, that was a fun game. Thank you for watching.
Looks like a comeback for Grishuk, who will probably force an Armageddon in 2 or 3 more tactical moves here. I mean,
as long as they don't let them agree to
something's happened on their board. They've somehow gone past this position. Oh, it's mate in 2. It's over.
Yep.
I see it on the
GG's.
little board. So let's go check in on Chitambaram Aravind, maybe, who seems to have chances against Duda, but just hung his queen. just hung his extra queen 1 move
Wait,
ago.
what? What?
Rook e2 garners an exclam. Yeah, look at this position. King e4. Yeah, you're not gonna win a match like that.
What?
Ay.
What just happened? Are you serious?
I wouldn't
King
have predicted
F4.
it, but yeah.
White is
That's
completely
esports,
winning.
Dina. That's
Rook
esports.
h2. King e4. Rook e2.
Okay, let's look away from this disaster, Dina. Give me any other board, please, quickly.
Okay, I'm switching.
Before I get
Anish
sick.
Giri.
All right, Anish Giri. Yeah, give me a nice, boring, drawn opposite card bishop ending instead of that.
Okay, never mind. Nadirbek Yakuboev.
Okay. Needs to win this endgame against Yu Yang-yi.
Check. King f5.
Going for the
Looks like a
G-pawn.
draw.
A little bit of drama. Checks the king away. Time to grab the G-pawn, perhaps. Oh, throws in the rook e7 tempo again. All right, check. The D-pawn should be
A7.
just enough.
Rook takes
And
a7.
you-
I want to see. Bring me a rook takes a7.
Yu Yang-yi is known for knowing his endgames. He plays that out with no trouble, and he qualifies to tomorrow's playoffs.
Congratulations.
Bravo to Yu Yang-yi.
Ooh. And that's another game that we have right now on our screens. Vladislav Artemiev versus Denis Lazovic.
Yeah. Last
One of
game's
them
still
needs
going.
to win.
Lazovic needs to win, but look, that passed A-pawn. He's got his chances here in the queen ending.
Something tells me it's a very hard thing to win.
Mm-hmm.
But the king is on g1, so maybe that will help.
Yeah, it's also a hard thing to draw. These queen endings are very, very difficult to play.
You're funny. Oh my god! Queen b1! Queen b1!
Queen b1, that
Forcing the
he's gonna
queen
find.
trade!
Woo! Dina, I've got some exciting news for you. Both of our picks were correct. You predicted... I predicted Lazovic, who we just saw make the comeback here. And you had predicted Esipenko, right? And I said, no, he looks kind of deflated. I don't think he has it in him right now. But you were right as well. Esipenko also with a comeback win. So we have a lot of tough cookies here who are going to make it into Armageddons.
So excited.
Yeah. So check out all the results here, everybody, as the matches sort of come to a close. We have Yu Yang-yi, who advances against Yakuboev, but look how many matches are tied. Liu Shanglei and Anish Giri tied. Sam Sebian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave tied. Andreikin and Esipenko tied. That's 3 Armageddon tie breaks already. And other tie breaks will be Lazovic, and Lazovic is playing Artemiev, Grishuk, and Sadwani. Also will be in tie breaks. The only other player to qualify is Duda off of that King e4, Queen, Rook e2 in that lost endgame.
Dang.
Oh my god.
Well, in all fairness, Duda did deserve that. Did deserve that, right, David? He was leading the whole Swiss portion.
I know, but I mean, he should have just lost 3 games in a row just now.
Right.
So, deserving is a complicated word in the world of esports. In the end, the results are what they are. We're going to give you all the Armageddon format right now, so you know what to expect when we come back. Basically, the players are going to bid for the right to choose color. They say how little time they're willing to start with. And the player who bids the lowest amount of time gets to choose their color.
Yeah, and we saw how that went in the last CCC finals.
Yeah. White,
Or was it Speed Chess Champ?
your opponent will get 10 minutes, black will get draw odds. And that's the format. We'll see you back for that in a little bit. After this short break.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the Chessable Masters. We have had the Swiss portion. We have had the matches. Some of them have been tied, and now it's time for the Armageddon portion of our show, Dina.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We're gonna have some of the players making bids, and lowest bid will always get a black color.
Okay.
And Armageddon, for those who do not know, is commonly known as black has favor of two results, meaning a draw is a win for black. Although on a top level, everybody says white is better because you got an extra minute. David?
It depends how much you bid, right? So
yeah,
that's why the bidding comes in. You know, different people have different opinions about how much time would give you the advantage, right? Like if you have 8 minutes and your opponent has 10, do those 2 minutes weigh out the draw odds or not? Or if it's 3 minutes or if it's 1 minute? So we had the players bidding, and in different matches, they bid very different amounts. But interestingly, like within each match, the players bid really similar amount of times. Like Esipenko bid 8:30, Andreykin bid 8:25. So he bid 5 seconds lower than him, and he gets the black pieces plus the draw odds. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Sam Sevian, they bid 7:31 and 7:38. So a whole minute different than Andreykin and Esipenko, but just a few seconds apart from each other.
Yeah, and I see Anish Giri here with Shangli Lu. Anish Giri put himself 7:44, while Shangli Lu won the bid and has 6:59.
Yeah. Oh, they're playing fast. You can
Yeah,
feel that
let's
like
go.
Armageddon speed coming in.
So we do have the games. Which one shall we take a look at first?
Blazing moves. Let's see, where is it most open already? We've got a couple English openings. Interesting. Let's go to maybe Anish's game.
Ooh, Anish Giri, love the sound of that. He's playing versus Lu Shangli, and Anish has a draw odds, which is really nice. Do I have that game? Not yet.
No, because Anish
Here.
should be white in that game. There, we've got it.
Yeah, so I need apologies on that. How could I? Lu Shangli is having black pieces, and therefore draw is a win for him.
Yeah. Queen A1 from Anish. And it's interesting that his rooks are on the D file instead of the C file, right? So he played E3 to kick a knight out of the center. That means his D3 pawn is a little bit weak. And could he be contemplating trying to push D4, take an isolated pawn temporarily, and then push through with D5? No, his knight steps back from that.
That's a very interesting situation. We have both players on the cameras, by the way, right now. Yeah, usually, like, some experts say that draw odds are not as important because in the end of the day, you're just trying to play for a win, and then the time is a factor. So you're gonna try to flag your opponent no matter what, but it is probably still a factor when the time difference is only 5 seconds, as we're gonna see in some of these matchups. Well, in any case, right now, White has already 2 minutes above. So we could say that practically White got their compensation.
Yeah. And Lu Shangli had the lowest bid of anybody. He bid 6:59. So he spent less than a minute on this game so far. He spent 50 seconds, and Nisha spent a minute and a half. So he really wanted those draw odds and was willing to play very, very fast.
Yeah. Well, no, I love Armageddons because draws are not gonna be the result, right? And I'm pretty sure that us spectators, this is what we want out of this game at the end of the day.
Yeah. And I think Anish, from his perspective, he's got to keep his time lead, right? And play as many moves as possible without resolving the position in any way, right? Like, he's kind of incentivized against pushing D4 or E4, but playing as many moves as possible.
Yeah, it also
right,
makes
like basically
me
start
wonder,
to flag from the opening.
Correct, but you know, David, it also makes me wonder how much of Armageddon is actually different from any other game in this particular competition, because none of the games has any increment. So it's almost like
Right.
every single game is an Armageddon game because it ends up whoever flags.
Right. Yeah. Every single game has that factor of like, you could win over the board or you could just get ahead on time and just stay there, right? And then play as many moves as possible. So he finally goes for something. He plays b4 based on the pin on the c file, and the game, explodes in complexity. Knight c6, tagging the bishop. What does he want to do next? I guess he could retreat the bishop, cb4, rook takes c6. Still would not be safe for black, but Anish throws in the trade on c5.
Does he want to take the pawn with the rook?
Oh, if knight e5 had been played by black, he would have responded knight e5, hitting the rook on d7, right? So
Nope, just the rook takes c8. Thank you for the rook.
Yeah, here if he goes rook c5, he's got to count on queen takes c5 from black. That's kind of the option he has to consider now. He could also just retreat his bishop and keep the pressure, saying the c-pawn is isolated, but
And that's what he is doing, David. Bishop a1 just happened in the game, now followed by queen e8.
yeah. Even with the intensity here, Liu Xianglei has kept up the speed, right? I mean, he's slowly catching up on the clock.
Nice. And now Anish is gonna go for d4. If that works, that's gonna be his plan. Breakthrough in the center and use the fact that you got both rooks on the c file.
Yeah. I think Anish senses that his position is good, so he's thinking, instead of just continuing to play fast moves and stay out on the clock, let me find something really challenging, get a big advantage and put that kind of pressure on my opponent.
Let me refresh. So we got more moves. Bishop f1, rook b8, and queen a2. That's the current position. And rook b to d7.
So black's getting pretty active. They even have this weird theme of playing knight b4, and trading two pieces for the rook and one or two pawns. And you just have to make sure that you're not in a situation where somehow that's good for black.
Yeah, bishop back to g2, knight a5, followed by bishop e5, attacking the rook on b8.
Black could consider knight b3. There's lots of moves possible, but he's going to keep up the speed.
Rook to d8, knight to d2, transferring the knight. Where's the knight going? Is it c4? Is it e4?
Yeah, it would make sense to go to e4 and really go after that c5 pawn. Black's starting to target the a3 pawn.
All right, queen to a4.
Yeah.
Looks like white's advantage is somewhat gone.
Like if you play knight e4, maybe black can just play rook to b3, right?
Knight e4 just happened.
Okay, we'll find out then. Seems like we're kind of walking into that. Rook b3.
Queen b3. Interesting move.
Oh, yeah.
I would say queen trades are in black's favor because simplifying is closer, to less chances to create an attack. And remember, draw is good for black.
Yeah. But black also has to guide the game towards sort of a clarified draw before they run out of time, as long as they're behind on time. So makes sense. He gets the rook active. He takes out a pawn. He advances the game, trades some pieces. All good news for Liu Xianglei.
Yep. Well, this game is becoming more and more stable. So how about we take a look at the bird's eye view? We got so many exciting Armageddons at the same time.
All at once. Whew. Grishuk's game looks intense with a black queen on g3 inside the white king's position. Oh, Sadhwani has resigned.
Wait, what? This is...
Already. Grishuk, needing only a draw with black, has won with black.
Ooh. Congratulations to
Sasha.
Grishuk. Well done. Now let's take a look at Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. What's going on here with Samuel Savian?
White king looks open. At least queens are off the board. Is there an extra knight for black?
It looks like.
Why is black winning every game? They've got draw odds. Stop winning. Just,
Okay, how
simplify.
about Vladislav Artemiev versus Denis Lazovic? Here, black is not winning.
All right. So Denis Lazovic. This was another English opening. Bishop versus knight. White looks a little bit better. Because the knight seems to outperform the bishop slightly here, but white has to be very careful about f5.
Ooh, queen to g4 now, walking into f3. Nope. Rook to e1, bishop c7. Now f3 is not possible. Careful, watch out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white might have the moment to play b5 here, though, because... Never mind. But in general, if you play b5 as white, the thing you might be worried about is AB, AB, c5.
It did happen, David.
Okay, so he found the moment. So here he's going to have AB, AB, and b6.
CB, AB, and bishop a5.
Yeah.
Attacking
so Black's
the
going to
rook.
lodge the bishop on c3 and try and be defending the d-pawn while anchored and messing with white's rooks that want to pressure the queenside files.
Yes, rook e2, bishop c3 happened.
Okay, so white gets to a2 for that rook. And look at their clocks. Lazovic has almost caught up on time here.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what do we expect out of this situation? Black does have an extra pawn, and their bishop is incredibly... Sorry, a pass pawn, and their bishop is incredibly strong, but unfortunately it's just a cover. This bishop on c6 doesn't participate in the rest of the game. So is my assumption that white should start a play on the king side correct?
Well, refresh the board. I'm pretty sure they've played another move.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
Yeah.
B takes
Apologies.
a6. B takes a6. Rook a2.
Rook a2.
Queen c6. Rook c1. Queen d6. And knight d2. That's the current situation on the board.
So allowing black to trade into the heavy piece endgame if they want. And black insists the bishop is good enough. Which is slightly surprising to me.
Knight to c4. Queen a6.
Go rook b1 now to play queen b5.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, if you compare bishop on c3 and knight on c4, you might ask yourself, which outpost is stronger? And you might think, bishop c3, of course, because it's deeper in the opponent's territory. But no, knight c4, because bishop c4 is less mobile. It doesn't control as much of a space. It only controls basically pawn promotion, whereas knight controlling both sides of the board.
I agree with you completely. By the way, just for the fans out there, we have a result. Vachier-Lagrave lost with white to Sam Sevian. That was the game where Sevian was up a piece when we were clicking through them. So that's another result. It's on the board. Sam Sevian is through to the playoffs tomorrow. And Esipenko seems to have a clear rook and 2 pawns against rook. So draw odds should not save Andreikin from that. Esipenko, 4 minutes on the clock is plenty. Plenty.
Damn.
To convert that endgame. So he's going to defeat Andreikin, who was one of the people in that first place tie who got to pick him. And then I guess the Giri game looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, Giri has only a must-win situation here. Yeah. He still has an advantage, but it's nowhere near to be anything winning, and the time is more or less even on the clock.
Yeah, what a battle they have. It looks like he finally won a pawn at some point there, but his knight on d7 is kind of weirdly placed. And
but King E8 blunders knight of 6!
Oh, and the reaction from Lou! As soon as it happens, he realizes it. Oh, and he played the whole game so quickly, but he finally missed something. It's the knight on c6 that's going to drop at the end of this, and the situation is hopeless. I think Anish will offer the rook trade. And, I mean, you can't avoid the rook trade because the e-pawn's hanging. And now it's a huge majority in the middle of the board there. 4-on-1.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It would be a real shocker if Anish didn't mop this one up eventually.
Yeah, And we have one more game, I believe, other than this one, which is still unclear, which is Vladislav Artenian versus Denis Lasovic. I suggest we go there. It's also somewhat winning for white.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, look at that. And rook g6.
Getting better and better. He is now up 2 pawns, and more importantly, that black king is more or less doomed. Queen d1 is pretty good here, so is rook g5.
Queen d1, very tricky queen transfer, trying to get an extra piece into the attack. But apparently every single move here wins. Although I will tell you right now, as long as the queens are on the board, there is still a chance to save this or to swindle.
Yeah, so many pieces. There's definitely still a chance. With queen d1, I was kind of anticipating queen f3 from black.
Yeah.
And I was looking to... Your queen c6 should be fine. Instead, white takes
just
the
happened?
piece and gives black a chance to throw some checks at you.
Oh. Rook b1 was the only
covering
move.
e3. Good thing that knight's covering e3. Otherwise, rook g3 might have been a perpetual.
And queen takes d3, attacking the b1, but it's not scary at all because we can just defend by putting the queen back to b3 or c2. Queen c2 has just happened, and it looks like Vladislav is gonna take the win home and proceed to the next step.
Agreed. Clean extra knight for white and control of the position. Just don't hang any rooks. A minute against a minute.
As long as the queens are on the board, there is still a hope, there is still a chance. Black must go on.
Yeah. Knights are famous for their forks, but queens have great double attacks as well on open boards. So, yeah, there's definitely some juice left here.
Rook g4, threatening rook h4, but knight d6 attacking the queen. Queen d6 is the worst blockader.
Mm-hmm.
Queen g3.
Okay, the e5 pawn is trickily left hanging by white. Black doesn't fall for it.
Just go. Take that pawn. See what happens.
Oh, goodness. Black's king gets involved in the game. Rook a5 heading to a7.
That's a checkmate.
Now it's really hard not to find winning tactics for white with that king placement.
Knight f5, checkmate in 10.
Yeah.
Let's
Knight
see
h6
if I
taking
can
a rook.
find it. Nope. Yes. Just going for the rook. Extra
over.
rook. Dennis is gonna resign. d3, what is that?
Well, you can't even recapture because the king's defending the rook on g6. So it's just all the pieces.
Right.
And Artemiev into the playoffs. Stretches.
GG's. Congratulations to Vladislav Artemiev, as well as 6 other players who qualified to the next stage.
So, 5 Armageddon matches out of 7. It was not easy. It was not easy to get through this event today. 9-round Swiss, and even then you just have to play a knockout match. 5 hours of chess for the competitors. Anish Giri is one of the people who is through to the next round after finding a little tactic against Lu Shanglei.
That sneaky little knight of 6 was very hurting.
Yeah. And here's a little preview from Chessable. Are you seeing openings that you like from your favorite players in the Chessable Masters? If so, the Chessable variation.
Giri.
Yeah, speaking of Anish Giri. If so, the Chessable variation preview lets you sample trainable variations from any paid course for free, allowing you to explore different courses on openings, endgames, tactics, strategy, and everything in between. With 10 free previews per month, all you need to do is visit a course page and click Explore Variations. Try it for yourself at chessable.com or use !Chessable in chat. Okay.
Nice.
And with that, Dina, let us check the standings here from this event.
Yep, lots of exciting things have just happened, and we are gonna have some very exciting, very strong players moving forward, such as Jan Krzysztof Duda, who had a phenomenal Swiss all the way until the last round.
All the way to the last round. He led from round 1 through round 8.
But then the last round...
The last round, it got intense for him. He had to play one of these 2-player matches as well.
Yeah.
Intense
Got
event.
a little bit of luck, but this is what esports is for. You do it for... You just go with the flow, I guess. And yeah, he swindled here and there. And took the qualification spot. So that's amazing.
So he makes his way into tomorrow's playoff bracket. And Dina, you'll be here tomorrow to do the commentary on this. So here, have a preview yourself as to what we'll be watching tomorrow. We've got Magnus Carlsen against Andrei Ostapenko. Maybe before we get too deep into it, we should just mention to people, this will be a double elimination bracket. Okay, just so everyone understands the format here. These are 4-game matches in the winner's bracket, 2-game matches in the loser's bracket, so to speak. And it's until everybody has been eliminated twice except the winner. So, with that said, the second matchup is Wesley So against Yu Yang Yi, who qualified today. Every matchup is 1 qualifier from today and 1 top 10 invited player. Then Arjun against Artemiev. Pragnananda against Wei Yi, today's winner, in what might be the closest match tomorrow. Nakamura versus Grishuk, Nepo versus Duda. 2 Americans get paired somehow, Caruana and Sevian. And then Firouzja versus Giri.
Yeah, that is going to be
Any
very...
favorites here?
That's going to be very exciting. I will say that I'll be missing perhaps the most the way you pronounce Maxime Vachier-Lagrave tomorrow. But yes, I'm there for it. I'm super excited for the matchups. It's going to be a lot of blood, I can tell you right now. And yeah, David, that's been an honor to be here with you commentating for the first time on my end, Chessable Masters.
Thanks, Dina. It was great to work with you. You did a great job all the way through, even with some internet blips. You never let it rock you, just demonstrating to everyone exactly the qualities that are needed by these esports players, right? Resiliency, just not getting knocked off their horse or out of their flow by anything that comes their way, whether it be a night fork or a disconnection. So with that, everyone, we're going to leave you for today. We wish you a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are. And be sure to check in on Dina tomorrow with the next phase of the Chessable Masters.
Thank you, everybody. And see you for the exciting action tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and this is an absolute banger of a game at the 2024 Julius Baer Generation Cup. The battle kicked off with a double fianchetto, but after a few moves, it sneakily transposed into a King's Indian setup and then fianchetto variation. Black went for queen to c8, targeting h3, and then came a tactical shot and pieces started flying off the board. And if you, yes you, decide to play bishop to c3 here, then you would deserve a lifetime in prison. Instead, bishop g7 was played, but black still stuck with that sad backward pawn on d6. Firouzja brilliantly sacrificed the d6 pawn, because grabbing it could be a disaster, because after a4 the queen side just collapses. Magnus then traded the dark square bishops and started squeezing black on the d-file. But just that pressure wasn't enough. Nah, he wanted blood, so he went for f4, and touching that pawn would mean losing the queen. Firouzja tried to steam things up with a4. Then Magnus smacked down with b5, forcing black to capture. The c4 pawn fell, but after e5, the d5 pawn was hanging by a thread. Now, after a couple of trades, after queen e6, we entered in Whose King is Weaker, the Extreme Edition. Then Firouzja played the inaccurate queen takes e4, and Magnus switched into Terminator mode, pushing e6, exploiting the overloaded black queen. After rook g7, white had a simple plan, rook d8 followed by rook d7. But wait, black has queen takes e6. So what did Magnus do? Oh, just special f5 sacrifice, throwing wood on the fire. Black, in full Mayday mode, tried to mix things up with some checks and f4. Here, the winning move was king to d3, calmly preparing king e2 after f2, doing a little dance before delivering the knockout punch. But Magnus played king to e3, allowing queen e1 with a perpetual check, since the white king could never touch the d-file. So just when it seemed like Firouzja had escaped, he blundered with f2, and now Magnus just had to do one thing: run, Forrest, run, dragging his king across the board until it found a cozy hiding spot.
What if I told you I became a grandmaster by solving the same exact chess exercises over and over again? Yes, it sounds a little crazy. After all, if each chess game is different, why repeat something you've seen before? Shouldn't you practice calculating in unique positions every time? Well, that's true, but there's also a way to train your brain to streamline its calculations, and that's the woodpecker method. My friend Hans Tikkanen invented the woodpecker method in 2010 when he was training to become a grandmaster. 7 weeks after he finished using his method, he earned all 3 of his GM noms to earn his title. Seeing his success, I had to try it for myself. And a couple of years later, I became a grandmaster too. As word spread, others tried it too, with excellent results. Okay, so what is the woodpecker method? The first step is to take any large amount of chess puzzles and solve as many as you can in 4 weeks. In my books and Chessable courses on the woodpecker method, there are about 1,000. You don't need to do that many, especially if you are a beginner, but I recommend solving at least a few hundred. At the end of the 4 weeks, take a break, a few days at least. Then solve the same exact problems again, this time aiming to finish them in 2 weeks. You might remember the solutions from before, that's okay, but try to solve them like you're seeing them for the first time. After you finish the second cycle, try solving them in 1 week, and then a few days, and then try solving all of them in a single day. It's not easy work, trust me. I didn't think I was going to make it the first time I tried it, but the results were remarkable. It's because much of chess is pattern recognition. Rather than calculating every single move in a position, your brain looks for ideas and patterns it has seen before first, and they help you calculate faster and more accurately. So by doing the woodpecker method, you're building intuition, helping your brain become more efficient in calculation. And that's the woodpecker method in a nutshell.